Hello, hello, hello. Should be an image coming shortly, guys. Should be a picture shortly. There we go. Sorted. Hope everyone's okay. Welcome into this frosty Friday here at Manchester International Airport. Hope you're all well. Bring this quick arrival. KLM just about to drop in as the show starts. As you can clearly see, still a wintry setting here in Manchester. But hello, welcome in absolutely everyone. Hope you're all well. Morning, Ilya. Morning, Martin. See you there, mate. Morning, Chester Mike. Morning, Loops. Morning, Tell. Morning, Laurie. Hey, Rainbow Love. Hey, Scottish Linda. Hope you're all right. Hey, Joanne. Hey, David Mac. Hey, Matt. Yeah, and as Martin just said, he just shared a post over on the old Twitter, over on X. If you wouldn't mind giving that a bit of a share, that'd be absolutely awesome. Thank you so much. Morning, Gil. Hey, Ellis. Hey, David. How you doing, Mac? Mac 1. Morning, Rose. Hope you're all right. Hey, Henna. Hey, Samantha. Hi, Cody. Hey, Telford. Hey, Amy. Hope you're all right. Just on the way out here, ladies and gents. Stunning heavy. How you doing, Mike? Hope you're okay, mate. Morning, Gary. Hi, Kimmy. Hey, Nicole. How you doing, Andy Park? Hey, Alex. Hey, Nicole. Francisco. Pedro. Hey, Leo. How you doing, Shrek? Good to see you, mate. Aviation Aussie. Hi, Rob C. Hey, Matt Hawes. Hey, Andy. Ian Toast. Hope you're alright. Ruth B. Hey, Debbie. Laura. Ian. Hope you're alright. Good morning. Morning, Kat. Rob Aircraft just taking off as the Etihad triple taxis past us. Morning, Martin. Morning, Jay. Morning, Luca. Hey, Josh. Morning, Frank. How you doing, Ben? No fog today. No fog at Manchester. I don't know if you noticed yesterday, it was absolutely chaotic here at the airport yesterday. So, yep. That's going to be the next heavy departure. That. Yeah. Etihad triple. Hey, Alison. How you doing, Matty Sykes? Hope you're okay, mate. Hey, Dollis. And don't worry, our resident Airbus captain is here, Mr. Mark Langston. Just having a bit of scran before we kick off. He's there.
Hello.
There, the lad.
Haven't even had it yet.
No, he started. Yeah, so we'll get this Etihad out and then we'll start the show properly, mate. Got a few wires out. Hey, and thank you so much for this bit of early support. AIDS Aviation Videos, 1 month away from the Gold Tail Mega. Thank you so much, Aid. Morning, pal. Thanks for all your hard work. Thanks for being here, Aid. Thank you so much, mate. Lovely ribbons coming off the Turkish there. Beautiful. And Thomas Weir as well, 45 months of business class membership. 45 months, Thomas. Thank you so much, mate. Awesome support. Good morning, everyone. -9 on the school run this morning in Saddleworth. I dropped my youngest off in Mosley this morning, Thomas, and yeah, it weren't the best. Hi Jenny, hope you're alright. Hey Bricksmiths. And welcome in absolutely everyone. Apologies if I miss you. We'll say another couple of hellos later on. Yeah, as you can see, winter is setting here at Manchester. I under-anticipated it, to be honest. I didn't think it would be this bad down here, but hit the airport bad. I must say they've coped with it really. 1,800 new legends in the chat already. Welcome in, absolutely all of you. Thank you so much for joining me this morning. Ryanair lined up. Aircraft. Going to be heading over to Stockholm. Morning, Jill. Morning, Malky. Hey, Josh. Calvin. Hi, Brian. Hi, George. Hi, Diane. Morning. Hey, Joanna. Morning, Simon. Hope you're okay, mate. Good to see you. Goes the Ryanair. After this, I think it's the Etihad, maybe. Ryanair climbs out. Get 2, just taxiing past. A bit frosty on the top. As I say, pretty sure ground ops are doing their utmost to get the aircraft in the airfield in play. So huge credit to those guys. And the guys in the tower as well, up in the Manchester Nats tower, who've kept operations running as best as they can the last couple of days. Huge kudos to those guys. Morning, Chrissy. Hope you're alright. Hey, Jeff. Hey, Lee Fuller. Hope you're alright, mate. EasyJet. Here's coding. 11:15. The A380 due. A380 arrived earlier. Is still on stand. Got a Dreamliner down there. How you doing, Mark? Are you munching still? You started eating yet? Mr. Langston, are you there?
I am, mate, yeah. I was just watching that Edelweiss 340 go over the top up there.
Really? Oh, yes.
Off to San Jose.
Dreamliner about to take off, but I'm just going to see if I can bring you this 340, yeah?
Yeah, I hope he knows the way to San Jose. Otherwise he's on a wasted journey, isn't he?
Yeah. Yes, skies as well today, ladies and gents. So,
there he is. Zoom cam. Get in.
and man, glide.
Yeah, the good old 340.
Not enough of them around, is there?
No, it's 300 as well. So yeah, they use the curvature of the Earth to take off. A bit underpowered.
I used to love them 340s.
They're lovely, aren't
they? Dreamliner, about to depart. Any flight information I may miss, Chester Mike is there to save me blushes and read out all the flight information, departures, arrivals. So check out Chester Mike's chat and he'll be telling us what's occurring. What a chaotic week though at the airport, eh, Matt?
Yeah. It's,
you haven't been in work, have you?
No.
Mate, I bet you've been loving it.
I've been...
I bet you've been musing, haven't you?
It's not...
It's frustrating, isn't it? I bet it's frustrating even when you're at home, mate.
It is. I mean, because I was supposed to be on the stream with you last week, but I came down with gout. So I had to have a week off work, and I still had it yesterday, and I went to see the doctor. I got some magic pills, and it's all right now. But yeah, brought shame on my family having gout. 7 generations of rickets, and I get posh man's disease. But
mate,
they are.
You're spoiled.
I know it's horrible though, because you're sitting there and you're watching, on the work chat, and it's just absolute carnage. There's the car parks are closed, and then the roads closed, and you haven't used a different car park, and the buses aren't turning up. People haven't paid for their own Ubers to get in from the car park, and then once you get here, the Swissport ran out of de-icing fluid last week at one point. All our lot were having to be done by Menzies because Swissport didn't have any fluid, and this is happening, that's happening. There was 4 planes, I think, in Liverpool and 1 in Luton, all with 4-hour slots trying to get back.
Good grief.
And people are diverting everywhere, and everyone's running out of hours. There's a load of cancellations last night. There's, de-icers were run ragged, and everyone was running out of hours. And you just sit here and you think, it shouldn't be like this.
No.
It really shouldn't. I don't know. But anyway, I'm...
like I mentioned, I'm pretty sure they tried, especially the ground ops and stuff, I'm sure they've tried their utmost.
That's it. I mean, you can
there's only so much you can do.
That's it. You can only do so much with the tools you've got.
Absolutely. And thank you so much, Rainbow Love, for your one Airlines Live gifty. Etihad just running through a pre-takeoff spool up. Clear those engines. I'm sure Mark will explain all this to us very soon, but here we go. Enjoy this heavy departure out to Abu Dhabi. Bit of fluffage. Yeah, me, Martin and Andy were saying what a crazy start to the year it's been as well, Mark, I say, with the 7.5s retiring and stuff like that. Crazy week.
Yeah,
it's been mad for us since New Year, like you say, the shows have come thick and fast and stuff. That's been mental. Hey, thank you so much, Chrissy, for your 28 months at business class. 28 months has gone so fast. Here's to many more, and we'll have you for as long as you'll have us, Chrissy. Thank you so much for your long-term support. Thanks a lot.
Now, the good thing about the Etihad is going to Abu Dhabi, isn't it?
Correct.
Now, the really good thing about Abu Dhabi is that you can watch the Flintstones cartoon there. Because it's banned in Dubai, because they don't get the joke that the people in Abu Dhabi do. There you go. First dad joke of the day. Get it over and done with.
Get it out of your system.
Yeah.
Get it out of there.
Yeah. So, yeah, it did an engine run up at the end of the runway. When you're operating in icing conditions, especially like this, the fan blades can pick up ice.
Yep.
And you do a run-up every so often, especially just before takeoff.
Yeah, so what Mark's explaining here, guys, is when you'll notice on a few of these aircraft, if they have been on the ground for, a certain amount of time, Mark, is it? Or a limit? So the aircraft that have been stationed on the ground for a little while, they'll be purposely, spooling those engines up, and Mark will explain to you why they do it.
Yes, you can get ice on the fan blades. When you've got engine anti-ice switches in the flight deck, they only de-ice the front of the engine, the cowl. So when you're operating in this, because the air pressure over the front of the main fan is so low, it drops the pressure, it drops the temperature, and you get ice forming. So you run the engines up periodically to shake any ice off. So on the 320neo, it's 50% for 5 seconds. And on the CEO, it's 70% for 30 seconds. And I remember doing it, I was telling Pedro earlier, we're having a natter. In Kazakhstan years ago on the 7.5, we had fan blade ice, and we did the run-up, couldn't shake the ice off.
Right.
And got on the end of the runway, phoned up from Kazakhstan, phoned up Gatwick operations, and the engineers have said, what do we do? And they were like, put one engine up, put one engine down, and we were there for some time trying to shake this ice. Couldn't do it, so had to go back on stand. They got these big hair dryers out and melted all the ice. But when we stopped, there was just loads of ice on the blades. It was like great big, there was loads of it.
Yeah.
And I thought, that's not going to come off easy, is it? So they put these big hair dryers on and shifted it, and we eventually got out of there. But yeah, it's challenging operating in weather like this. It's not much fun.
A lot of pre-flight planning goes into it, Mark.
Yeah.
A lot more in-depth planning into your flight and stuff like that.
Yes,
especially landing into Manchester, I suppose.
I mean, one of the lads, good lad, has just got his command, just been made a captain. He messaged me the other day.
Okay.
When all this snow and that started coming in, he said, "What's your plan? What's your thoughts on it? What do you do?" Because he'd never operated as a captain in this weather before.
Oh,
He'd
really?
seen it as
Okay.
a first officer many times, but he's now got to make the decisions. I said, "Mate, your best friend is fuel. Get lots and lots of fuel on." I said,
in
but
case
there's a
of a
trade-off.
diversion and stuff like that, of course.
I said, there is a trade-off, because when you put lots of fuel on, you're now heavier, you're coming in fast, and it's going to be hard at stops. If the runway's contaminated, you might be, causing yourself more problems. So it's a trade-off. But, on a good day and a good airport, it's 40 minutes to clear a runway. Here, it's longer. Newcastle used to be very bad at it, and then they had a TUI nearly go off the end of the runway years ago.
Yeah.
Pete Hertzberg, who did the podcast with
with Andy, yeah.
He landed before it, and they asked for him for a braking report, and I think the reply was effing awful. So he was interviewed by the AIB, and they came up with the plan that actually Newcastle wasn't doing a very good job of de-icing the runway. Or clearing the runway.
Okay.
So then all these new snowplows turned up. Now actually Newcastle's very good at it.
Right.
Or at least it was the last time I operated in there in winter conditions. So you need to estimate at least 40 minutes. So an Airbus is going to burn about 400 kilos a minute. You can plan on about a tonne for half an hour. So you're starting at maybe 1,300 kilos from there and going up from there.
Yeah.
And you really just want lots of fuel, and you need a good alternate. You need, if you can't get into Manchester, says no, it's game over, boys. We can't get this runway clear for a couple of hours. You need somewhere where it's
a good
wide
couple of
open.
alternates.
Yeah, you need a few.
And it's like I always say, Mark. That's why I said to you, why do you plan so in depth and stuff? And you're like, there's reasons behind every little decision. And I said to you, well, why do you choose 2-3 airports each on each route in your flying on you? And there's reasons for it, like you say, for all these occurrences and stuff like that. Yeah. Not exactly snow as such, but all sorts of other occurrences at various airports. So.
Well, I do it as a matter of course, no matter what day it is, even if it's a gin clear day everywhere.
It's just good practice, isn't it, Mark?
It is. It gets you in the habit of doing it. I come into Manchester. In my main flight plan, I've got the ILS that I'm going to be doing. In the secondary flight plan, because you've got two, you've got a backup one, so that you can swap them over at any point. I've got the VOR, so if the ILS goes off for any reason, I mean, a lad I know, he had that on his command line check going into Barcelona. They switched the ILS off just as he's about to come in and land, and he had to go around.
Wow.
And what I do, I always put the next best thing in, so I'll have the VOR in the secondary, so that if they do that, I'll just switch to the secondary and continue. In my primary, I'll have my first alternate, which is normally Liverpool, and in my secondary, I'll have another alternate, which is probably Birmingham. And, when you go around, especially on days like Storm Darren, you go around and you say, right, I want to divert to such and such a place. You've then got to sit and hold while ATC phone that place up and say, can you accept them? If they're full,
and stuff like that, of
course.
They
might turn around and say, no, we can't take him.
Yeah.
Now, I've already got another alternate there, so I just go, all right, well, how about this place? Right, phone call, they'll take you. Right, activate the secondary, off we go, sort of thing. Rather than sort of sit there and, hang on a minute, we're running out of fuel now, and where we've got to go?
And deal with the dilemma when you're actually dealing with it.
Yeah, you want to get up there and, you want to get on your way as quick as you can.
Absolutely. So, there's reasons, there's methods to each bit of madness in that cockpit, isn't there?
There is. Yes, there is.
And I'm just going to inform you all, we have a certain one of our VIPs, Mrs. Amy Staff Nurse. She's on her way to Lanzarote this morning, and she is on flight. I'm just going to bring it back up because my mind isn't what it used to be. Amy is on. She's on flight LS979, and she's on one of the newest. One of the replacements for the 75. She's on one of the 321s. She's on G-Sun M. Very recently delivered to the Jet 2 fleet. So lucky. New plane smell and all that, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it won't be for long. I noticed her daughter Georgia's got her YouTube account and has been posting.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so we'll have some fun today. We'll get all the juicy gossip out of her. Out of all Amy's daughters, Georgia's my favourite. She comes with her to the RVP. She's the best one out of all the daughters she's got. She's great. So, yeah. Yeah, we'll have to wave at Amy as she goes past. She's off to Lanza, isn't she?
She's off to Lanzarote.
Now, a mate of mine, he was telling me a few years ago, 3 years ago, he went down to Lanza and his wife got pregnant. And then he went there a year later and his wife got pregnant again. He said this year he's going to take her with him. Plane spotting Mike's in. Hello, mate. And Bevs is in. Hi, Bevs.
Hey, and thank you so much, Tell, for the £10 super chat. Get yourselves a brew on me and stay warm. Thanks so much, Tell.
Got man.
There's a little bit more support coming, but we'll just capture this Jet 273 on the departure roll. Shallow initial climb out from the Jet 2.
Save the wear and tear. Got to save the wear and tear on them engines.
They do on them Jet 2s, don't they?
Yeah.
A lot of them derated. And thank you so much to you, Simon, as well, and Jenny as well. You two guys both dropping off a very generous gifty to this awesome community. Thank you so much, guys. Very much appreciated. And now the 380 is pushed back, I'm pleased to say, with 3K current concurrent viewers watching us over here on YouTube. Welcome in everyone over here.
Good old Simon. His top lad is our Simon Greedy. He always says hello, doesn't he?
Mega.
Top man. Oh, look at that. I'm one of George's favourite. One of her favourites.
And welcome in everyone over on the old Twitch. Welcome in. Hope you're all okay over there today.
Someone posted earlier they liked the picture of Ed Force One that I put up the other day.
Mate, we was just talking about that before we came on air, and if you're not in our Airliners Live Facebook group community page, make sure you head over there if you want to see Mark's images from his past life as a 757 pilot. So yeah, if you want to head over there. What an experience that was for you, Matt. I bet it brought some memories back for you, actually, on Wednesday.
It was
but it
weird.
triggered a few memories for you.
It did. That's why I put the post up, because, I can sit here with you guys, or I can be at work and I see the 75s coming and going and reminisce. Always point with the
mate,
first.
You could just reading it, you could feel the sentiment.
It was sad, mate. And I always with the FOs, always point and go, look, proper airliner. Back when Boeing knew what they were doing, sort of thing.
Absolutely,
When I did my Airbus course years ago, 15 years ago now, 16 years ago. The lad I was paired up with was a really, really good lad. He'd flown the 75 for Ambassador, and he then went to Jet 2, flew it again, and now he's on the 73 up at Newcastle. He was one of our trainers, a smashing bloke.
Oh, right, okay.
Really, really good lad called Derek Wright. And on the Airbus course, everyone's in, you have these cardboard mock-ups of the flight decks. Everyone's in the Airbus ones. They had a 73 one. And me and him are sitting in the 75 going, Boeing should have shrunk this instead of stretching that pile of crap over there.
Yeah.
They were like, mate, we're doing the Airbus course. Stick your Airbus. Proper airliner. And we affectionately call her Lizzie, as in Queen Elizabeth, the Queen of the Skies.
Yes.
And, it's just such a great aircraft. So I just thought, because it's the end, I'll put a little post up about, just saying to our old girl, and how much fun we had together going to these weird and wacky places. And it's up to, 3,500 likes at the moment. It's just got mental loads of comments.
And like I say, I'm pretty sure it's the most coverage attracted content we had on the VIP community page. So
it was good. It weird because it got me thinking. And I phoned up a friend of mine. I messaged a friend of mine last night. I haven't spoken to him in ages. He was a trainer at Australis, and he was the trainer who got me through my line check on the 757. He gave me loads of help towards the end and got me through it.
Okay.
A very, very wonderful man called Jeff Cox, and he used to live down the south coast. He lives in Nottingham now. And,
okay.
We had a good catch up. It's nice. He's a really, really lovely man. He's very, very experienced. He's a trainer on the 7.6, I think 4th as choice, and he's been around for. He had to retire when Australis went bust years ago.
Okay.
But he was a wonderful man. He didn't suffer fools gladly. You had to put the work in.
But he put graft in.
Yeah, he would go the end of the earth to help you.
But you had to.
Oh, you had to do your bit.
Yeah.
But he would do anything to help anyone. He still is a lovely man. So I'm hoping that maybe we'll have a catch up again.
Oh,
soon.
yes.
But yeah, but it was weird because I said to Paulie on the day the 7.5 retired, and I said the day Concorde was grounded, the world got a lot slower.
Absolutely.
And the day the passenger 7.4 stopped flying, the world got a lot less impressive. And now the 7.5's gone, the world's got a lot more boring.
Yeah.
And
the airport's going to be a lot more quieter. I've described it as, because
yeah,
one of them.
This is a weird thing, because 30 years ago, I used to go down, Heathrow spotting. I've got some amazing photos of Concorde and the old 7.4s, DC-10s, TriStars, Mad Dogs, DC-9s, all the old noisy stuff, 707s. And when the 7.5 came out, everyone's like, this is such a quiet plane.
Yeah.
And now we're like, it's so noisy. There used to be a Italian restaurant off the end of 27 right at Heathrow over in Datchet or Poyle. It's an Italian restaurant. It's 2 3-story semis knocked together.
Okay.
And you could sit in the back garden and have your meal in the summer. It was lovely. I can't remember the name of it. New Bertoli or something like that. And this is 30 years ago. So in the evening, you'd have all the stuff going off the Far East. You had 747 100s, 200s, 400s, DC-9s, TriStars, DC-10s rather, and they're all heavily loaded.
Yeah.
So they were screaming. The engines were screaming. Hot summer's day, going over your head at low level, and it was just amazing.
A bygone time, mate.
Yeah, and this is another thing that made me think, is that when I was on the 7.5, we were going to these weird and wacky places in Africa. We didn't have GPS on the early 7.5s. The later ones had them, but we didn't. You were tracking needles. When you took off out of Gatwick, you had to, the kit, the FMS, wouldn't. It could do it, but because of map shift, it wasn't quite sure where you were. You had to wait for it all to update and get readings from beacons to update. So you had to take off. 400 feet, you'd select a heading. 1,000 feet, you want to do the acceleration bit. So you'd ask for climb thrust, flight level change, speed VRF +8. So you'd accelerate. Mm-hmm. And then once that was in, you get the autopilot in when it was trimmed. But you'd have to fly in a heading. So nowadays, the box will give you all your directions and fly you and that. But now you'd have to do in a heading. You have the ILS tuned up. You go straight at 2.3D on the ILS. You then turn right. My VOR would be tuned into the Detling VOR, which is what you'd then intercept and track this VOR radial bearing, tracking a needle. And then when you get there, the second VOR would have Dover in, and you'd head out towards Dover. By the time you'd sort of done the turn and you're heading up towards Detling, the kit would update and it'd work out where it was, and then you could sort of use what's called LNAV, and the plane could then fly it. But
right, okay.
all you're going into somewhere like Sierra Leone, very little updating. You'd do it all in heading. You'd fly overhead the beacon. You'd have to do a procedural turn. There's no radar. There's no controllers telling you where to go.
Yep.
So you'd have to fly all these procedures, fly downwind, do the turn, come back in, VOR letdowns. No ILS. They had an unofficial ILS that wasn't calibrated. You could use for a backup, but you couldn't use it. Places like Taba, we were talking about on that post, where you do a VOR arc over the high ground, stepping down, and you're tracking needles and distances, and then you do a VOR approach where you step down over the hills.
Yeah,
it's a bygone era.
Yeah.
Here now, around Europe, ILS, RMP, ILS, and it's none of this anymore. So it's all more sanitised and a little bit more boring.
Yeah.
But it's a lot safer.
Absolutely. And that's the paramount in it.
Yeah. Without
King
doubt.
of the skies, or as Mark likes to commonly call him, this is Albert about to come past. Flight Echo Kilo 22, heading back to the Middle East, back to Dubai. Alpha 6, Echo Uniform Zulu, is carrying out this flight. King of the skies about to taxi past us here at the runway visit park.
They won't be watching the Flintstones, will they?
No chance.
Hello, Thomas. You too, mate.
The de-icer there on the leading edge.
Is it green?
It's green.
Type 4. We talked about this the other day, that the de-icing fluids all have different colours.
Absolutely.
Type 4s.
And different uses.
Yeah, you've got anti-icing, you've got de-icing, you've got removal. Sometimes it's hot water. Normally a mix. Very, very expensive.
See it on the leading edge there. The wings produced in Broughton. King of the skies heading out. A couple of aircraft in front, so we won't be leaving immediately. On the ground, we also have the Hainan waiting to push back, and we have a TUI Dreamliner, which is Just beginning its taxi now, which is going to be on a positioning flight down to Birmingham. India, November, carrying out the positioning flight there.
Flying architect saying VRI and NDB navigation music to his ears using the pole VRI the other day.
Right, yes. And the support keeps rolling in. The legend that is Jack Rolls. Cheers, Jack. Thank you so much for your 28 months of premium economy support. What a legend. Thanks a lot, Jack. Good morning, all. Simple message. And Mike Bell as well for 11 months. 1 month away from your red tail hype, Mike. Thank you so much for your support, mate. 11 months at premium economy. Morning, fellas. Have a great stream. Hope you have a great day, Mike. And thank you so much for your long-term support there. And thanks again, Jack. If you would like to support us, guys, you can support us for free. You can do that by clicking the like button. Give us a thumbs up if you're enjoying the content and the live action so far. And you can support us for, as many legends already have, by clicking the dollar symbol and offering up a gifted membership or alternatively a super chat. And it'd be great if you could support us today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
See, 380's just come to a halt there. It's just static on the taxiway. As I say, a couple of aircraft in front.
Buffalo Trackers, Captain Mark has a great voice for storytelling. Thank you very, very much.
Absolutely. He should be on story time on CBeebies.
My wife might disagree, though. He's had 21 years of all my bad jokes. I'm just looking up, actually, at the moment, de-icing tables. So what happens is when you spray the aircraft, so the 380's been sprayed, obviously, in Type 4.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And you have to factor in a thing called a lowest operational use temperature. So on the chart I'm looking at, it's got -3 and above, below -3 to -8, below -8 to -14, and so on. And then below -25 to loud, lowest operational use temperature. And you have these things called HOTS, holdover times. So this tells you how long this anti-ice fluid will last for. Yeah,
absolutely.
So at the moment, it's fine. It's clear. It's not relevant. If the fog came down and you had freezing fog, so it's -7 at the moment, -3 to -8. If it was a mix of 75% fluid to 25% water, and freezing fog, you'd have 40 minutes to 1 hour 20 to get airborne in.
Get out.
Now, when it gets really interesting is if it's colder, at say -8 to -14, and you've got light freezing rain, you've got to be airborne within 15 to 25 minutes. And that time starts from when they start the de-icing process.
Right.
So it's going to take 20 minutes to de-ice the aircraft.
Absolutely. It's a tight thing.
Yeah, so, really, you probably couldn't go in that unless you had a de-icing rig like they do at Munich, which is right next to the airport.
And you have to request the ice as well, don't you, Mark? You have to get yourself in a queue and stuff like that. It's not like you just rock up and...
No, I mean, they're going to know that, you're going to need de-icing, but it's always a good idea.
How long prior to a departure do you have to have your request in, Mark?
I mean, as soon as the dispatcher walks on the aircraft, when they open the door, just go, "We need de-icing, buddy."
Straight away,
and he'll make.
And they'll put you in. He'll put you in a queue, or
And again, that's the other thing. You may be waiting some time. Depends how busy they are today. They're going to be running around. They're going to be running around. They're going to be busier than an armed taxi driver with crabs. They're going to be, mega busy.
Yeah.
Because everything's going to want de-icing. Whereas when you get days where it's marginal, maybe you've got a little bit of frost on the wings from cold soak in the wing tanks from a long flight, then, okay, the odd aircraft's going to need it, but today everyone's going to need it.
Yeah. So like you say, once and I've noticed, like say, on these TUIs and stuff like that, the top of the aircraft isn't exactly de-iced, so obviously it's only the main... What areas of the aircraft are they looking to be de-icing?
Well, Airbus say you've got to have a clean aircraft. So you couldn't have that on the Airbus,
right?
That TUI's got.
Okay.
You can have a little bit on the nose on an Airbus and a little bit on the engine cowling, but everything's got to be clean.
Okay.
Now on the 7.5 and the 7.3, you've got a marking on the top of the wing, a T-shaped black outline.
Okay.
And that's where the main fuel tanks are, and you're allowed on those aircraft a little bit of ice on that area because they know the wing tanks get cold soaked. You're flying, say you fly back from Hurghada, and it's 6 hours, and it's temperatures of -60. That fuel is going to be really, really cold. Maybe it's -30 by the time you land. So the wing's going to form ice no matter what, in that area. Boeing say, you can fly with that. It's fine. It'll fly. Airbus go, no, completely clean wing.
Completely decontaminate the entire
not a spot
aircraft.
on there. So, you know, sometimes you just go, right, and it's, you know, you land, you have a look, you've got the T-shape, you're like, oh, great, here we go. You ask for spot de-icing. You know, the rest of the aircraft's fine, but I just need that ice off the wing. So they give that bit a quick blast and off you toddle. Yeah, I mean, the other day, like I said the other day when I was on the phone on the stream, Christmas Eve, we're in Iceland.
Yeah.
And I phoned up Ops and I said, look, the forecast...
Christmas Eve this, Mark?
Christmas Eve, yeah.
Christmas Eve, okay.
I phoned them up the night before. I said, right, I want a heavyweight aircraft because I want lots of fuel, so give me that. And I said, I don't think this is a good idea. The forecast is when we land, the wind's picking up to 50 knots. Now, the de-icing rigs in Iceland can only operate in 40 knots. They've got one that will do 45 because it's got an onboard wind meter.
Okay.
So they put us in the cul-de-sac and they said, you know, we're getting the passengers on. The wind was picking up. There was sideways snow. The guy said, look, you know, we can de-ice the aircraft now if you're happy. I'm like, yeah, get it done.
Get it done.
A couple of minutes later, he comes back. They've had to stop. The wind's over 50 knots. This is it. And I said, well, I'm hoping this is a passing shower. He went, no. He pulled this chart up that someone had sent me, and that was it. It was in for days.
Oh,
so
no.
we were looking at the next time the wind was going to be low enough, possibly was January the 2nd.
Oh, wow.
So I'm like, this is fun.
No.
Anyway, thank God that it died down briefly, and they managed to give the whole aircraft a splash in time for us to get out. But then we taxied out, and we've got snow, and then it stopped, and snow, and then it stopped. The runway was closed when they de-iced it. They then reopened it. A Wizz Air had landed and said the braking action's not good. So then they cleaned the runway and had all these, these big sweepers and ploughs going up the runway, turn round, come back down. I'm sitting there looking at the clock with the holdover time, and because it was on and off snow, we had a little bit more time.
Right, okay.
And they managed to clear it just in time, and we got out of there. I mean, it was so close. But yeah, it's these things. When you're looking at a place like Iceland, where it's for a lot of the year it's always snowy and icy and windy, you'd think maybe you need to have a think about a different way of doing it than trucks that you can't use in the wind.
Yeah. And I know you want to keep yourself in the good books with the folks on the ground here, Mark, but how do you think they've dealt... I know they've dealt with it as good as they can, but how do you think they've actually dealt with it here at Manchester?
They all do their very, very best, man. That's the thing. There's...
Because obviously you get people... I know I appreciate people worrying the terminal and stuff like that, but I don't think they're going to... Especially the last few days here at Manchester, where it's...
Yeah.
Like, we've had ice, snow on top of ice, and... It must have just been absolutely chaotic for the ground ops and stuff. So
yeah, they've done a magnificent job.
I think it requires a lot of patience when you're.
Yeah, and there's a lot of unhappy passengers. The cabin crew, from what I gather, have had a fairly hard time with it as well, with stroppy passengers. The flights are all delayed and some are being cancelled, and naturally people are upset, but they're kicking off at the cabin crew. Well, it's not their fault.
No, that's right.
The DHL lads, I always big them up. They're a great outfit that do our handling. They do an exceptionally good job. The de-icing lads, they're doing the great job. There's just not enough of them. There's not enough trucks, and there's not enough snow ploughs. But
and it's like Andy mentioned the other day, Mark, as well. Like, is there a need to have an overbearing of machinery and stuff like that for these conditions at Manchester? Is there a need, or have they got apt amount of, like you say, de-icing appliances and gritting appliances and stuff? Like, what do you do? To what depths do you go when you, like you say, is it worth spending another few million on getting appliances here and stuff like that, or do you stick to what you've got?
This is the problem, isn't it? I mean, you think how often is it like this? You spend millions on de-icing rigs and snow clearing trucks and ploughs and that, and for 98% of the year they're going to sit in somewhere
idle,
taking up space.
Idle,
collecting dust.
Absolutely.
So it is a trade-off. You're going to have them, but. Yeah, I'm just trying to play devil's advocate, but I mean, in an ideal world, we'd have 100 trucks, all these people to drive them. This airport will be cleared, fairly quickly. But realistically, money-wise, you can't do that because the cost implications are too great to spend all that money on trucks that are going to sit there and do nothing all year.
Absolutely. And we've got a fair old whack of support to catch up on before the 380 gets out of here back to Dubai. And we had Eddie Pyle with One Airlines Live gifted membership. Thanks so much, Eddie. Aaron Himes has just signed up to first class support. Thank you so much, Aaron. David, cheers, David Mack. Thank you, Malky, for the £2. Cheers, Jenny Carver, for your 19 months. The guys and Captain Mark, thank you so much for everything you do. Absolute pleasure for us, Jenny. Ryanair about to climb out, and then I'll crack on with the support. And appreciate we've got a busy chat, ladies and gents, but if you do have any questions, especially regarding the 7.5s or anything like that, let Mark know in the chat. I'm pretty sure he'll be pleased to answer any questions you may have. Thank you so much to you, Jill. Thanks for the 2. Cheers, Lee. Thanks a lot, Lee, follow for the 2 as well. Awesome. Here's Richard Simmons as well for re-signing up to business class. Thank you so much, Richard. Mr. Bear, 16 months at premium economy, popping off. Thank you, Pierre, for the 17 Danish. Lots of love to you all. Thanks a lot, Pierre. Lots of love back. Ian Robbins, 45 months at premium economy. That is no mean feat. Awesome stuff, Ian. Thank you so much. Nice stream today with the Airbus skipper. Thank you so much, mate. And Tash Kappelman as well. First class support. 28 months at first class is absolutely incredible. Thank you so much, Tash. And thank you so much, everyone, for that little flurry of support there. That was absolutely awesome.
Quite impressed. Diane R. said, Captain's Mark ability to recall facts and figures and stats from his flight career blows my mind. This is the weird thing, you know, Diane, that I can remember the max takeoff weights of the 7.5 that I haven't flown in 17 years.
Yes.
I can remember the max landing weight, 90 tonnes. I can remember the empty weights. You know, I can remember those. But I can't remember what I was doing 5 minutes ago.
Can't remember what colour socks you put on.
I can remember, you know, the distances and radials on the Dover departure out of Gatwick that, you know, I haven't flown again in 17 years. You know, straight ahead 2.3D, right turn 081 up to Detlin. I can remember the frequencies of, 112.8 for the Gamston VOR and 116.4 for the Daventry VOR, 1165 for the Coventry. 11425 for Newcastle, 352 for the Newcastle NDB. I can remember this. Again, you know, I can't remember my own name most days.
Junior, I'll just taxi past another wall of heavy, but in the meantime, King of the Skies about to depart back to them. Enjoy this, everybody. And again, thank you so much. 4,600 live viewers over on YouTube. That's absolutely incredible. Thanks a lot, everybody. Enjoy this departure, everyone. Wow. Some spool up from the biggest passenger aircraft in the world, departing Manchester just before 11 o'clock during this Friday snow show.
He had a few run-ups, didn't he? Actually, might have had a little bit of ice there to shift.
Made sure, didn't he?
Yeah. Oh, Paula's in the chat. Hello, Paula.
Hey, Paula.
Hope she's not working today. So he's turning right slightly.
I think so.
Yeah, he's on the what's the departure called? It's not the Asmin, is it? It's the Desig 1 Sierra, and it's a slight right turn, and you intercept a 051 radial from the Manchester VOR. It's all done, the nav kit does it all for you, but if you were doing it on a 75 without GPS, you would fly that, you'd take off, and then you'd ask for a heading at 400 feet. Nothing happens below 400 feet. And then you'd ask for a heading, you'd intercept that radar, and you'd wait for the VOR bar to come in, and then you'd turn and track it. And they're getting rid of the VOR actually next end of this year.
Yeah, but I heard that, yeah.
Yeah, I'm quite upset about that.
King of the skies, continuing the climb out from Manchester.
One thing is what we were talking about, all the problems you've had over the last few days as well, is that one thing you've got to consider as well is that if you have on the runway wet ice or water on top of compacted snow or dry snow or wet snow on top of ice or what's called a runway condition cloud of 0, you're not allowed to take off.
Right.
And you're certainly not allowed to land.
Right, okay.
So the runway's got to be, a lot clearer. Like I said the other day as well, sometimes if it's bad, they can't clear the whole runway. They only clear 30 metres, so now you're into sort of narrow runway performance as well.
Yeah, of course.
It can, but you've got on your electronic flight bag on your iPad, you've got this takeoff and landing app that you use, and you work out. You put in the runway condition, you put in the temperature and the weather and the pressure and the wind and all of that, and it works out what speed you're going to use. If it's contaminated, you use full power. You don't reduce thrust. You always use full power to get off the runway as quick as possible. It's also worth considering, when we did this in Iceland, we looked at the possibility of using flap 2 or 3 so we could get off the runway quicker, so we weren't on the ground so long, because if it's slippy runway, you just want to be in the air, really. It's safer.
France, heavy,
Yeah.
just flying the east of the northwest.
Trek's asking, who's paying for the de-icing of the aircraft, airport or airline? It's the airline has to pay for it. Some airlines have their own de-icing rigs. I think Ryanair does, actually. Some airlines will contract Swissport or Menzies, who have their de-icing rigs, and they will pay them to do it. Very, very expensive to de-ice an aircraft. I can't remember the cost. I did know years ago, but I can't remember. And it's very unpleasant stuff, this de-icing fluid. It's not nice. It's really not nice. But it does the job.
Trick. And like you said, Matt, there's different variants of de-ice as well.
There is, yeah.
So there's different de-icing that they use for the taxiways and, of course, for the aircraft and everything else. And
yeah, and you've got anti-ice and de-icing. You can have fluid sprays. Type 1 is orange. Type 2 is sort of a straw colour, yellowish, and green is type 4.
Yep.
And then they'll give you. You normally get a printout from the printer about what they've used and the mixture. It's normally 50-50 or 75-20. It's very rare that you'd use 100% unless you're somewhere where it's really grotty. But yeah, they'll have hot water mixed up in there. Sometimes they just use, they'll use hot water to remove it all, and then they'll use de-icing fluid afterwards to protect you and give you your holdover time, to get airborne with.
And the next aircraft should be up pretty quick, actually. To a Dreamliner, which is only on a positioning flight. Got the Ryanair is just an intersection. Dreamliner is down there, which is going to be a position down to EHX very soon. They should be up pretty early.
I mean, it's not going to apply today, but when you've got ice and contaminated runways, your crosswind limits reduce as well, because the runway's slippery. So normally on an Airbus, takeoff and landing is 38 knots, and for a Neo, the takeoff is 35 knots across the runway.
Yeah, okay.
And that will cover you for dry, damp, wet, less than 3 mil, slush less than 3 mil, snow less than 3 mil, dry or wet, frost, or less than 25% contamination. If we look at the worst one, where it's ice, cold and dry, you've got 15 knots. So if you've got 15 knot more or 17 knot crosswind, you can't land. You've got to go somewhere else. And it just reduces a different sort of contaminants and different sort of winds, water and slush. more than 3 mil, less than 12.7 mil, 20 knots. I mean, 12.7 mil. Who come up with that number? You know, you're going to go out there with a ruler and oh no, it's 12.8.
0.7.
Yes.
It with them decimals.
Hey, Ian Barron saying cost up to $13,000 to de-ice an airliner.
Wow.
He's had a look. Ash Watts is saying anywhere between £1,200 and £14,000 pounds on an aircraft, depending on size, aircraft, temperature and fluid used.
Wow.
Yeah, it's not cheap.
You agreed? Fascinating discussion about the de-icing. Learning lots. That's the whole idea.
Scary saying, does that reduce with the usable width too? LBA looked like the only middle 75% was cleared. Yeah, I mean, narrow runway ops. I'd have to look it up. But yeah, it does reduce. It does reduce. To be fair, you know, if you're going into you're going into an airport where it's only 30 metres wide and you've got a strong crosswind, you need to have a long hard think. Hang on a minute, you know. It's always, the thing that I always tell the lads who are coming up for their command, you know, they're coming in for the sims, I said it's always, the phrase I use is the path of least risk. And you've got to sit there and think, is this the safest option?
Yeah.
And there's a scenario they give the guys on a command course where they're going into Dortmund. It's a 1,700 metre runway, so it's very short. And they give them a failure where they either lose the slats or the flaps or both FMCs or the FCUs or green hydraulics, or, you know, they give them these failures.
Yeah.
And the missed approach, because you've got to go around, you're on final approach, you've got to go around because you've got to sort this out, puts you back overhead the VOR, over the top of the airfield at a beacon. And you haven't got a lot of fuel to play with. So they're putting the pressure on you. Now, on our course, they said go straight ahead to a VOR called Barman, BAM. And that is right in the middle of Dortmund, Dusseldorf and Cologne. Now, Dusseldorf and Cologne have got multiple runways, all 3,000 metres long. They're big airports. And the chances of having a spanner monkey to fix your plane are fairly high. Dortmund, you go back in there, you know, you're out of luck. You're stuck there. And plus, it's a 17... You know, I had one lady turn around to me and went, oh, yeah, I've done the perf, you know, I can land. I'm like, mate, I don't want to land on 1,700 metre runway with an working aircraft, let alone one with no flats coming in at higher speed.
Absolutely.
You know, you're in the wrong seat, you're a brand new captain, everything looks wrong out the window, all the buttons are in the wrong place.
Right at your limitations.
Yeah, it's not the safest option. Go somewhere better. You know, the weather's better, the runways are longer. You know, like I said, you can get your plane fixed in, you know, a couple of hours and be back on the way again. It's not the path of least risk. So, you know, go, you know, everything you do, you've got to think about that every single time. You know, even if you're coming in, you know, is this the safest option? If it's not, you just go, right, I'm off.
People loving your terminology. Spanner monkey. Another word for a mechanic, isn't it?
Oh, an engineer. Yeah. Engineer. Oh, one of my ground school guys, first thing he said, I'm an engineer. I'm not a mechanic, I'm an engineer. So we just made sure, his name was John, he was down at CTC, he was a hilarious bloke, lovely bloke. But yeah, we just kept calling him a mechanic because we knew it wound him up.
Get on his nerves.
Yeah.
So, yep, this is the two-way positioning flight now, down to Birmingham. Shouldn't use a great deal of runway, I wouldn't have thought. She'll be up in no time, this positioning flight. Huge thanks for being here, everybody. Still 4,200 live viewers over here on YouTube. And we also have 185 legends over on Twitch as well. Huge thanks for being in here, everybody. Joining me and Mark. And let's just enjoy this. Should we climb out? Used more runway than I anticipated, though.
Yeah. I've found it. Crosswind limit. Less than 45, more than 30 metres. If it's dry, Neo takeoff 35, otherwise 38. If it's wet, less than 3 mil, 33 knots. And if it's contaminated, 10 knots across. And there you are. Not a lot.
Not at all. Sorry about that, guys. Slight issue with the tripod, but we'll go back to this too now. Should make the right-hand bank turn out of Manchester.
Pedro's saying the next king is 3 minutes out.
Oh, awesome. Thanks a lot, Pedro. Cheers, mate. Go is the right bank turn.
Yeah, Carl, it had too much weight to have the amount of heat on the full wings and the fuselage that you'd want. You know, one of the things we found with the 7.5, you know, it had lots and lots of redundancy, lots of backups. You had, you know, your big flap lever, hydraulics moving the flaps. If that wouldn't work, then you had electric motors to run the flaps, and it adds weight, very rarely used. It had lots and lots of backups. It's a very big and heavy aircraft, and you're carrying all that weight every day for something that, you know, in the entire life of the aircraft you might never use once. With anti-icing and de-icing the whole aircraft, it would cost a fortune. Thomas is asking, is fuel cheaper at different airports? Yes, it is. And a lot of airlines do a thing called tanking. So what they'll do is, say you're going into Isle of Man, maybe. All the fuel's got to be shipped in by boat, so it's quite expensive. So what they want you to do is put on as much fuel as you can here, so it costs less to fill it up down there.
Yeah.
Now, you will burn a bit of fuel. You know, the heavier the aircraft is, the more fuel it burns. So there's a trade-off, and the clever computers will work it all out about whether it's actually worth doing or not. And if it is, then you know, you'll do it. You'll put the fuel on.
380 next arrival. Coming in from Dubai as flight Echo Kilo 17. Currently at 2,500. Onto arrival onto 05 left.
Jack's Life and Beyond's got a good one. Ask if there's a difference between flight sim and real life, and is it any use for any training towards being at a flight school? Yes, it is. Now, as a mate of mine, he's just got his, well, a couple of years ago now, got his PPL up in the northeast, and he spent ages on flight sim. And his instructor was like, oh no, not another flight simmer. And he used to cover the instruments up, because apparently if you know, a lot of these flight sim guys who go for their PPLs, they spend a lot of time staring at the instruments rather than looking out the window. Right, okay. And I noticed when I was an instructor, if I find guys staring at the instruments, I had these little suction cup things, covers, and I'd cover the instruments up. Yeah. Like, right, you're looking out the window. Right. You know, you're looking at the big picture out the window. It's, you know, it's easier to fly because you've got a bigger horizon. I remember you reiterating that to me on the, on the landing video, yeah. Yeah, you look out the window. Stop looking at the dials. Don't care about them. Look out the window. Look out the window. You've got the biggest window in the world there. Yeah. And that's, you know, on light aircraft, that's how you fly. You know, you look out the window, you look at the picture out the window. But yeah, they can be of use, especially, you know, when you're going commercial, you know, doing the procedure training and all that sort of thing, and, you know, where the buttons are and failure management, stuff like that, and flying holds and stuff like that. The flight sim is very, very good. Now on a 5-mile final, just awaiting the arrival of the king. Hi, Suze. It is. Hi, Alan. Yes, I wish I was up there with you, mate, I must say, but there you are. Oh, Harry did the same and got told the same during his PPL, yeah. So does I presume that de-ice variation costs different wherever you go, Mark, as well? I would have thought so, yeah. I mean, we don't get involved in that. We just, you know, we need it, we do it. That's it, just get it. Yeah. Here we go, 380 now on a short final. 1,000 feet left. Next aircraft to arrive in looks like it's going to be the Aer Lingus A330 Delta Yankee, an aircraft coming in from New York. JFK? New York. New York. Yeah, crazy mook. But as I say, we're going to just keep our concentration now on the... Enjoy this, everyone.
There is a 380 in that cloud somewhere, ladies and gentlemen. Just arriving from Dubai. Awesome touchdown.
Floofage.
That was some serious fluffage on the wings on the way in, wasn't it?
Yeah. Elizabeth's asking, if you're in a queue after a long flight waiting for a gate, has anyone ever run out of fuel while waiting?
Ah, yeah. Good question.
You shouldn't do.
You shouldn't actually do that, but I wonder if anyone actually has when they've been out.
It's possible. I mean, you when you come
I
into
bet if you're on a
land-
small, short routing, maybe that answer that. Maybe.
Well, the thing is, what you've got is you've got a thing called final reserve fuel, and on an Airbus, it's about a ton, and that is if you're going to be in that, you're on a Mayday straight away.
Yep.
You should be landing with final reserve, plus your alternate fuel, your fuel to fly to a second airport. Shouldn't you not be able to get in here, and you should have what's called contingency. They put a little bit extra on a percentage just in case it's for unforeseen contingencies, and then any extra fuel you've put on, you should land with that. So to actually land and then run out of fuel, you'd have to be sitting there an awful long time.
Yes.
I know Pete Hertzberg said once at New York when he was...
You'd be in communication with Thingy as well.
Yeah, I mean, you know, normally on an Airbus, you're landing with at least 2 tons of fuel. And on the ground, you're not going to be, it's going to take several hours to run out of fuel. I know Pete said that once when he was, it was really bad winter at New York, he was taxing to take off for 4 hours. But you would take that into account and stick enough fuel on. You'd put loads of fuel on. When the weather's bad, you just put it on. You don't worry about it.
Here we go. Next heavy departure is going to be the Junyao. Sorry, guys. 1 second. Just capture this and I'll reset the mic. The mic's just filled up the camera. 1 second. Junyao climbs out.
I've just had a message from one of our cabin managers, a young lad by the name of Phil Breary. He's one of our cabin crew trainers. He's watching. He's a big fan of the show.
Welcome in, mate.
He's a lovely bloke, our Phil.
Are you okay, Phil?
Yeah, it's a good man. Springy, I'm not doing any Antalias this month, so I won't be taking you down, unfortunately.
And it looks like the Pegasus, which has been static there for a while, is finally been allotted a gate. 380 continues the taxi. Will be parking at its allotted gate here at Manchester Stand 12.
Oggy's asking who makes the decision to divert. Is it the ATC or the pilot? It's always the pilot.
Okay.
The ATC doesn't know your fuel state. They don't know, what you're dealing with, your emergencies, your failures or anything.
They can just advise though, can't they, Mark?
Yeah, I mean, if I turn around and say I want to divert at Liverpool and they go, Liverpool, snow closed, then you go, right, we're not going to Liverpool then, we're going somewhere else. But yeah, I like to make the decision early. If we're going to divert, I make the decision early. So I'm first in the queue.
Aer Lingus, 330. Beautiful too.
Love the way those back wheels just sort of grease on and it wheelies down the runway. It's beautiful, isn't it?
Tilt. Beauty.
Yeah, Vince is saying when a certain captain landed Concorde on fumes at Heathrow, they had to refuel it before getting the passengers, otherwise it stood on the tail. I did hear about that. I did gather that possibly a couple of the engines shut down on the way in, but I'm not sure. I've heard various rumours about this one. William's asking, can I shed some light on the differences of the feel of the fly-by-wire systems? They're pretty much the same. Yeah, I mean, there isn't any feel on the Airbus ones. It's just springs and big piston things you're moving. The aircraft do fly slightly different. 319's more responsive. The Neo's not bad. The COs are a bit sluggish, and the CO with the sharklets aren't very good. They just sort of wallow.
Okay.
Apparently, the 380 captain was telling me it's a beautiful aircraft to fly. It is responsive considering how big it is, and apparently it's very easy to land. The other, the 350's a little bit of a handful because it's got a new these new critical wings. the 737 NG had a critical wing put on this new wing. You know, it's great, flies faster, it flies higher, burns, you know, not a lot of fuel, but it makes it quite twitchy. And
Right,
with the lad I know who's on the 350 was, I was asking his missus, and she was telling me that he was saying that it's you've got to get it on the ground. You can't float it, because if you float it, it runs out of energy quite quickly, and then it sort of plonks down.
Right,
And there are a few videos of a couple of BAs and a Cathay one, I think, at Heathrow. And it, you know, they sort of float it. Suddenly, it just runs out of energy, and you know, bang! You know, it's a firm land. It's not dangerous, but it's just, you know, a firm landing.
Yeah. Yeah, the skies continuing the taxi. Stick with this. There's only low costers on the way out to.
Ian's asking how many feet per hectopascals? 27. But for rule of thumb, you could use 30. Rich is saying he's now got a fear of flying, used to skydive. Mate, have a look on the Airliners Live channel. There's a fear of flying video we did a couple of years ago. It's got like 1.8 million views.
There is.
We did a sequel as well. Just have a look through. It's Airline Captain Debunks 8 Fears of Flying. Have a watch of that and see if that helps you, because it seems to have helped a lot of people. I get people.
It really has, you know.
Yeah, I get people come
I
up
always
the
tell you,
airport
don't
about it.
the feedback I get from it. I still get feedback from it now.
Yeah, I've been approached by people in the airport going, I'm going on my first flight ever. I watched your video, and I've been stopped walking around the airport before. People have recognised me. Go, oh, your video, it's changed my life and all this. Oh, good. Well, I'm glad it did some good.
Yeah.
That's Mikey Pedro's favourite plane just taken off there. The old Max.
Still waiting for Amy coming out. Amy's, like I say, on the Lanza, but
Apparently it's delayed.
they do have another Dreamliner on the taxi out. Aircraft heading to Barbados, Bridgetown. But I'm pleased to tell you the temperature at the minute is only 25 degrees.
Only. Oh, Chester Mike's linked the video. Top man, thank you, Mike.
Cheers, Mike. Thanks a lot, mate.
Nice one, buddy.
There's the 3 pulls up to gate now. Logan Air.
Oh, Jill Sees. Her daughter is cabin crew.
Yeah, Jules' daughter, yeah.
Do we know where she's based?
Sure, I think.
Oh, okay, cool. I might know her.
Manchester, I think.
I might know her. Martin's asking, is the 330 Neo more efficient than the 350? Apparently so. Got told this by a few people. One of them used to work for Airbus. I grilled him about it. I said, is it true? And he gave me this big sort of wry smile, and he went, well, yes. He said, Airbus are trying to keep it quiet. What they did, he said...
They told you everything you need to know, just that one look.
Yeah, that's it. They took all the tweaks to the 350 and put it on the 330 Neo, all the little, improvements. And he said the 330 wings never weighed very much anyway. So, yeah, it is a very, very efficient airliner.
Wow.
They're just saying making lies about me. Mate, we were talking about the Maxes in the cafe. We had a lovely chat about them.
Yeah.
Even Amy points them out to him.
Yeah.
The DJs.
Still on stand. Amy's just informed us. Waiting de-icing.
Oh, look, there's the magic plane.
Oh, yes.
The magic plane.
Watch this plane in a sec, ladies.
Yeah, there you go. Magic plane.
I like this, actually. I like the One World. Very simple and...
They are the magic plane. 150 people disappeared into thin air.
Right, that's your second joke you've had now.
It's my third, actually.
You get a 5-joke limit when you're on with me.
It's my third. I should have kept stum.
It does look smart, the 319s in the one.
Yeah.
Really smart. Lettering's just right proportion.
James is asking, is it Autoland today due to reversibility and slippery runways? It doesn't look bad enough at the moment for Autolands. We wouldn't. The Autolands are only used if it is bad visibility.
Okay.
If you've got to do a manual landing, you need 550 metres visibility. You need to be able to see the runway at 200 feet, a cloud base at 200 feet. Anything lower than that, then you're Autoland. There's different categories. I did a thing on the newsletter. I'm sure I did about Autolands and the different Cat 1, Cat 2.
I think it's bus might be on there. Can't recall.
There's different categories of Autoland. I mean, we always plan set up for the worst case. So if it gets a bit worse, we can still land. the Airbus is what used to be called Cat 3B. So you need 0 decision height and you need 75 metres visibility. And when you land, you don't need to be out to see anything. Normally, you need to see some runway lights or this, that.
You're away, yeah.
But yeah, today at the moment, it don't look that bad. I don't think it's...
Hey, Sophia, ask away. If you have a question, just ask Mark, and Mark will, if Mark's to answer it, I'm pretty sure he will.
Peppy saying, very nervous fly. I wouldn't say scared, but jolts me every time. Well, if you look up a bit in the chat, Peppy, there's a link Chester Mike's put up, our Fear of Flying video. Have a watch of that and see if that makes things any better.
Yeah. Oh, right in there. Ryanair climbs out. British Airways shuttle service heading back down to the capital, down to London Heathrow, is now on the taxi past at the awesome runway visit park. Unfortunately today, the mound here at the RVP is closed due to safety, but the park is still open. So get yourselves down, guys. Still a lovely day. Nice in the sun. Not too cold. It is in the minuses, but not actually unpleasant when you're out in the sun here. So yeah, get yourselves down and support the park. But like I say, only travel if it's safe for you to do so. But yeah, as I say, unfortunately the mound not open due to safety. Just looking after the patrons here at the RVP by keeping the mound closed. Cafe's still open, the shop's still open as well, and Concorde tours are still available. So get yourselves down here, guys.
Cafe's good, isn't it? Cafe's very good.
Cafe's very nice.
Rob S is saying, have I ever landed at Madeira? Yes, years ago on the 75. And I did it once in the sim with Fezzer. He didn't shut down any hydraulics on me that time. It was good.
I did sabotage.
Airlines Live saying super low visibility in the sim last night at Manfall.
Oh yeah, I watched Martin touching down on 23s, and oh yeah, visibility was not great.
I wish I'd have known he was on. Otherwise, I'd have come on and heckled him.
I think he just went offline, mate. I think.
Yeah.
The Bridgetown bound, Caribbean bound Dreamliner. Rebecca, I'm a trainee commercial pilot. Is the type rating harder than the ATPL? Do you remember?
No, it's not. No, it's fine. The schools are very, very good. They will. They are set up to get you through. That's their, the ground schools, set up to teach you, to get you through the exams. They teach you how to answer the questions, and yeah, it's fine. You get through the ATPLs, then the actual type rating is it's hard work. It's very intense, but they will guide you and lead you and get you through it.
I think the thing to remember is it's all worth it in the end. All worth it in the end.
Yeah, it's in their best interest to look after you. And Willem's asking, different limits on turbulence for departures, limits depending on the plane, or they just set in place? Yeah, you've got wake turbulence separation minima. So if I'm taking off behind an A380, I need 3 minutes. That aircraft has got to be gone 3 minutes before I can start, because if you look at a ship when it goes through the sea, and you can see the wake that it leaves behind. Air acts like liquid, and a 380 will leave a massive amount of wake, and you don't want to be flying in that. Taking off behind a heavy, like that 330 or that 78 jump that's gone past, you need 2 minutes. Some aircraft, some UK uses a thing called upper medium, which is basically 757s, because it's a big heavy plane, and they have had light aircraft, biz jets flipped over by the wake before. So if I'm coming into land, I want to be 7 miles behind a 380, 5 miles behind a heavy, and 4 behind something like an upper medium, a 75. When years ago into Barcelona, following an Etihad 330, we were 5 miles behind it, and we ended up having to go around because it was so rough. Now, there is another thing called RECAT EU, and I tell the lads coming up from command about this because they do ask it in the command assessment simulators. This is silly. Someone in an office in Brussels has come up with an idea that actually you can take off less than that. So a super heavy, an Antonov 124, a 380, according to someone in an office in Europe, you can take off 140 seconds behind it or land 5 miles behind it. An upper heavy, a 747-400, 100 seconds and 4 miles. A lower heavy, an MD-11. I mean, think how big that is.
Yes.
80 seconds and 3 miles, yeah. And I'm like, this is ridiculous. And it says at the bottom, note, wake turbulence separations do not eliminate wake encounters, but intended to assure acceptable aircraft controllability during an encounter. In other words, you're going to get chucked around, but we don't think it's going to be that bad.
Yeah.
And I say, no, I'm not doing it because it's ridiculous. And it's just typical, the rubbish that comes out of Brussels regularly, all these stupid rules they come up with. And it's good for the young, guys coming up for the command as well, because you have to justify that. You have to say, well, look, actually, I'm not going to do that, but there's a part in our manuals where you get carte blanche to exceed, increase minimas in the interest of safety. If you think it's not safe, you say, well, actually, I want more. I want to, increase my minimus. So you're going to say, no, I'm not doing it.
We discussed costs to become a pilot, didn't we, last time you was on, Mark? I think we discussed the costs.
I think it's about 160,000 now, isn't it? Yeah. Some people are saying anywhere between sort of 120 and 160 if you're paying for it.
Yeah.
TUI have opened up their sponsorship scheme again.
Right.
It's been a big success. They've done it twice now, and both of them have got cabin crew who I know who have passed the selection and got on it. So
wow.
Yeah, they're both good. They'll be good at it. Here comes a Wookie.
Wookie. Air Baltic.
Give me a job, please. I want a job with Air Baltic. I want to live in Latvia.
Flying on behalf of Swiss.
He's asking any views on a good flight sim to try out. Actually, to try out, the Manchester Barton one. We used to use it.
Yeah.
When the lads were in the office next door, we used to use it. It's a good little sim, that.
Full motion sim's good as well. At, Trafford Park, really good.
Oh, they got full motion there now, have they?
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, there's a few. I mean, apparently the place in Newcastle, I think, up there, they've got 737 sim and an Airbus sim. I think apparently they've got a Concorde one as well.
Wow.
I think that'd be quite good fun. But I'll try and stay.
Understandably, as the aircraft's just taxiing past us.
I try and stay away from simulators because we have to go in them every 6 months for our job and we hate them.
Yeah, you don't want to go in them for no reason.
Yeah. Hate the flaming things.
So we do have Finnair about to depart. We'll get this out and then I'll have a bathroom break, if that's okay with everyone. I'll leave you in the capable hands. The legend is Captain.
Top man.
In action going on. Maybe one of the taxiways slightly contaminated.
Mr. Jingles is saying, get off my aircraft, Mark. I hope you're on when I'm in later, me old mate. Got a bag of Haribos with your name on it.
I've missed it.
Bill's saying, have I ever been in trouble yet for anything I've said on live stream? Always been ultra careful. I'm always ultra careful. Obviously, as most people know.
He gets read the riot act.
Yeah, Martin always gives me an ear roll full afterwards. Oh, you said this and you said that. No, but work-wise, we never say who I work for.
No.
We keep that very separate. It's a closely guarded secret that's quite easy to work out.
Yeah, so as I say, we'll get this Finnair out and lined up. Yeah, just heading into that taxiway there, I think. Huh? That's it. Heading over to the second one. I can't see him opening the second runway up, can you, Mark?
Don't know. I can't remember what time it's supposed to open now, but...
Supposed to like 4 in the afternoon and stuff, but by that time that comes round, it's dark again, risk of frost. Makes you wonder if it's worth... I noticed they didn't open it all day yesterday.
Did they not?
The day before and stuff like...
Yeah.
Like you say, if it's so far contaminated, is there a purpose to opening it? And they just, like you say, went on reduce the ops into the airport and stuff, so...
William's asking about the new 777X and flying higher than the old triple at 35. I think their triple can go up to 42. The 75 could go up to 42,000.
It looks like they're just treating the taxiway.
Okay. 73 can go up to 41. I'm sure the triple can go up higher. The current triple.
That Bravo, the Mark?
The what, mate?
Might be the Bravo taxiway.
I can't see them.
Bravo there. You look on the
Hang on, let me have a look on the camera. Are they? Where are they? Over.
So I think they're on the second to last thingy there. Right, that's the end of the runway where the Finnair is lined up there now.
Oh right.
So I'm
yeah,
wondering if they're clearing Bravo there, maybe.
Bravo's down to our left.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Comes off there, so they're down.
So that's Golf there.
Alpha's at the end. You've got Alpha Golf and then Alpha Foxtrot and then Alpha Echo. So yeah, they're down there somewhere.
Alpha Golf.
I can't even see them, mate.
Waiting for this Finnair.
Yes, I did. Thank you, Christine. I had a lovely birthday. Good, thank you. Thanks, James. I don't like birthdays. I don't do them. But no, it was good.
When did you stop counting?
Many years ago, mate. Many years ago. Can't have candles on my cake because it sets the fire alarms off.
Burns the house.
Yeah, so many of them.
Oh, is it Finnair? We'll get this, as I say, and then I'll keep on a wide shot. Man's here now, not mucking about.
Got my snowplow.
Man's here.
No, Ben, it's just normal tyres all year round. We don't have snow tyres for the plane. And Shrek's asking, go in the sim every 6 months. Is there sessions of scenarios? Yes, there is. It's a lot of stop-start. This year, in the winter, you're going for 3 days. In the summer, you're going for 1 day at our lot.
Okay.
So this year, we started off. You start off, you do a pushback and a departure we did out of Amsterdam in bad weather. And then you'll have 3 different types of problems to deal with, what they call easy, medium, and more challenging. And then you have to, work out what's gone on, run through all the checklist, the procedures, brief it, set it all up, and not necessarily. They don't necessarily need to see a landing on that one. You just once you've how do they word it? You've achieved all the aims of the exercise, then they stop the simulator. And then what you'll do for the license signing, because it's a license proficiency check, is having your license signed to say you're fit to fly for another year. You'll do a rejected takeoff with an evacuation. You'll do an engine failure on takeoff, a single engine approach to a single engine go around, and then what they call that's a 3D approach on ILS and RMP. And then you'll do a 2D single engine approach where it's like managed selected, or you have it's. I mean, the 7.5 we were tracking needlers in heading and using VS. With this, at least you can use a bit of nav on it. And then the first officer will do his single engine work. And then that's it for day 1. And then the next 2 days are training, and they give you all these different scenarios. And what they do, it's very clever these days. They look at what's going on in the industry, what are the problems, and also what are killing people.
Yes.
And then they train us not to do it. And
yes.
Rather than just coming up with ridiculous scenarios and do this, do that, and the same old every year. I mean, obviously the license proficiency check has got to have all those items in to tick the box to get your license. But then the training stuff. They also, what they do is they look at the previous sims and they look at the reports, because it's all done on a grading system. And they look, well, we do this well, but this, there's a few people seem to struggle with it, so we'll just train you on this one. And there was an airspeed. They gave us, a couple of sims ago, there was a thing with an unreliable airspeed. I'll just shut up while this plane takes off.
Yeah, let's get this Dreamliner out, Mark. And a huge thanks to QD Istra over on Twitch. 6 months of membership paid up front over on Twitch. That's incredible support, mate. Thank you so much for that. Awesome stuff. So much, mate.
Yes, in the sim, a couple of sims ago, they did this unreliable airspeed scenario. And a few people sort of made a bigger deal of it than it needed to be. So we did a similar one than this one with training. And our low airspeed's a tricky one. It can be quite a complicated procedure, or it can be quite simple. And they're memory items that you need to do if the safety of the flight is impacted. If it's not, then you just need to monitor it and go through the checklist. But yeah, they look at things we do well, things and things like that, and then they train us not to do it.
Yeah. Lovely couple of heavies on the way up now, ladies and gentlemen. Gulf Air Dreamliner has just taxied past us here, and we have the Singapore 350 about to taxi past us here at the RVP. Awesome stuff. Don't be going anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. Be awesome if you can give that like button a click as well. Thank you so much. Beautiful, beautiful 350 on the way out.
Oh, look at that.
Stunning.
Saucy. Mark Garner's asking, do we have a file with all the airport taxiways on? Yeah, we have these charts. I'm actually looking at the Manchester one now, and it's got the whole airport with all the taxiways and all the names and numbers on them. And you have arrival, departure charts, you have the ILS chart, you have all the charts you need. In the old days, it was in a big Jefferson manual, and now it's all on an iPad. So it's a lot better. And the 7.5 used to have this lovely panel next to you, and you could flip it open, you could fit the whole book on.
Wow.
And you'd hold it on with these clips. I remember Jeff Cox, on my training I was talking about earlier, gave me some of his spare clips so I could clip it all in, and you'd have all the pages clipped. And when you're going into Paris, there's like 13, 14 pages. You've got all these clips everywhere, but you can quickly flip to the page you want. You set it all up, and you had this great big book. When I came on the 7.3, it didn't have the flipping down thing. It just had the panel, so you'd have to get all the charts out separately, and it was a right pain. But now you've got the iPad, it's so much easier.
Great touchdown. Hey, and a huge thank you to you as well, Storm Wizard, over on Twitch. Prime subscription renewed for 16 whole months. Thank you so much, Storm Wizard. What a legend. Thanks a lot, mate.
Who's asking? Suitcase Travels. What they used to de-ice the runway with, they have a snow plough.
Yep.
Snow ploughs. They go down and get all the snow off.
Bring it to your attention.
And then they chemically treat it. So at the moment we have a thing called a snow tam, Manchester, and it was issued this morning at 4:49. 05 left. The runway condition code is 555. It's 100%, 100%, 100%. So they split the runway into 3 bits. Depth not reported, depth not reported, depth not reported, and it's wet, wet, wet. Love is all around. And it says runway 05 left, chemically treated. So they put a chemical down. I don't know what ones they used here.
Yeah.
But it just chemically treat the runway.
The appliances, ice appliances, just holding short of the active actually to be encroaching onto.
Robert S is asking, what's my route into the captain's seat? He's a retired glider pilot, and 2 of our tuggies went on to fly commercially. Don't know whether Andy Wright's one of them. If it's that he's a pilot now with Jet 2. Used to fly with him. I was electrical fitter jointer, did an apprenticeship in London, electrical fitter jointer for 11 years. While I was doing that, learning to fly, did all my commercial exams at Cranfield. Actually, one of my commercial ground instructors, a wonderful man called Peter Chapman, passed away on the 28th of December. And he was an amazing man. He was a navigator on Canberra's. He was involved in the atomic testing down the South Atlantic.
Sorry to hear that, mate. That's really sad. That.
Yeah, he was a lovely man. I stayed in touch with him and his wife. I spoke to her the other day. He used to fly, he was a navigator on Shorts Belfast. He was telling me a story about going into Berlin in the Cold War with a cargo that he couldn't tell me what it was, but you could work out what it was.
Wow.
He had some amazing stories. Lovely bloke, got me through my commercial exams. So I did all of those. I then became a flying instructor for 3.5 years at Denham. That was fantastic. I'm still in touch with the people there and a lot of my students. And then I got a sponsorship with a website called P Prune. They did a thing with an airline called Australis where they do these sponsorships. And there was 450 people went for it, and I was one of 4 who got selected.
Wow.
And it was a free type rating on the 757 and a job at the end of it. And I flew the 75 for 3.5 years. I then left that to move up to Newcastle, came to my current outfit, flew the 73 for 18 months, and I've been on the Airbus for the last 15 years, I think it is.
Crackers. Crackers.
Charles saying, have I ever had to tell unruly passengers to behave or divert? Yes, I do. Very, very great guy at Newcastle, had some fantastic ways of dealing with it. He was that ex-RAF guy, guy called Ray Bath, a very good friend of mine. Again, he passed away last year, unfortunately. All these characters, you know, it's a different era now.
Age.
He was very, very eccentric. He lived up in the hills in the North Pennines. He looked down on the highest village of England. He didn't have running water. He had a stream. You know, he was an amazing guy. He'd done all sorts, but he had various different ways of you know, very, very good ways of dealing with disruptive passengers. You learn a lot from these people. But yeah, I'll read them the right act. I'll remind them that being drunk on board an aircraft is a criminal offence under the Air Navigation Order. And if it comes to it, if I divert, I try not to go anywhere nice. I'll find somewhere horrible to drop them off at.
Straight to Madrid.
Well, Tirana's a good one. Athens is good. The police are very hands-on. I like places where the police hands-on. I saw at Tenerife, I saw a plane parked next to us where coming from Liverpool, and this guy was getting a bit leery with the police. He was acting Charlie Big Potatoes, and his missus was there shouting at him, and there was another bloke there shouting at him, and they got the bottom of the steps, and he's squaring up the coppers and started trying to chest bump the copper, and the copper just face planted him into the floor, and he had a little snooze while they got the ambulance out to take him away. And you know, they're going to mess you about. You know, you can't mess about because your crew. You can't have your crew
mess around and find out.
That's the polite way of putting it, Fafo. Yeah. And there's different categories of disruptive passengers. There's four different ones. Very rarely do you ever get to level 4. But I do have a court case to attend later this year with a certain passenger who was very unpleasant on one of our flights, and he's facing some charges. So yeah, we don't tolerate it.
So you shouldn't.
No.
So you shouldn't be. Baltic, as I say, flying on behalf of Swiss. Just rotating now. Get this out, and then I'm going to have a quick bathroom break, guys. Okay.
Oh, Lady Bonnie, we don't say who I work for here.
No.
It's a big secret, but
yes.
You'll work it out eventually.
The huge secret. I'm just going to leave you on that wide shot for the climb out, and I'll be back in 2 seconds, guys.
Mr. Jingles, opinion on the de-icing pads are not being used. Yeah, I don't know. Mate. I mean, I was involved in the trial when they started doing it years ago, before COVID. I think I was the first aircraft through, but I have no idea. I've no idea why they're not using them, mate. But anyway, you know. Keith's asking, in the simulator, do you ever request any scenario approach to practice? Yeah, you can do if you've got spare time. What they try and do is they try and, especially on the 3-day sim, they'll factor in a bit of time, so you can say, well, look, you know, I'd like to have a look at this, or I'd like to have a look at that. And what we did on the last one, quite an interesting one. When we did a video recently, I'm sure one of the mods will chuck it in the chat. It was, can a passenger land a plane? And we had one of our wonderful mods, Snowy, who's sunny in the summer, and Matt Cam on board, and Henry from Vancouver. And never flown a plane. Henry had a PPL donkeys years ago, but they've never flown a jet. And they're in the Barton simulator, and I'm in another room with a radar screen and a radio, and I'm trying to talk them down to do an auto landing, you know, scenario that the pilots have carked it. And we got them all down. They all did a fantastic job. But what happened with Henry is he closed the thrust levers early. He was having some problems because it got dark and the lights on the sim they were shining through the switches. It was hard to read the some of the letters. We did a follow-up sim explaining what had gone on. But at about 300 feet, he closed the thrust levers, which normally you'd do at 30 feet. Anyway, the sim landed. You look on my face as a picture. I'm like, oh, no. Anyway, we talked about it a lot, me and the lads, and I said, we're not sure the aircraft would actually do that. So on this last sim, we did it, and it did it. It landed it. It did land it. It wasn't tidy. It was a right mess, but it actually did it. It actually landed. So, you know, and if there's something you want to have a look at, maybe an engine failure at a difficult airport like Arrecife, there's time in there to go through that sort of thing.
We're back.
Scary saying ATIS service. My ATIS is better than the posh voice used. When we used to listen, you know, on these Airbuses, you can print it all out. But when you used to listen on the Volmets and the ATISes, we always used to love the Portuguese ones because it would be like, you know, Lisbon, 2329. I'm way to Cavalque. And it was always this Cavalque. It was always such a funny voice. Airlines Live. Mark's saying multiple times he's 18 months on the 7.3, best time of his life. Yeah, you're one out there. The 3.5 years on the 7.5 was the best flying I've ever done. Didn't like. Oh, Martin Lyons is watching, one of our top cabin crews. Just got married, so well done.
Hey, get in there, mate. Congratulations.
Yeah, he's good ladies. Lovely cabin crew as well. There.
And a couple of the Jet 2 variants. And then we got a couple of 7.3s in both the .com and the holidays schemes.
Razorback Romance is asking, on his last flight, is there a doctor on board announcement? First time he's heard it. Potential divert. Yes. What happens is the cabin crew will call you up and they will give you a thing called a clear brief. It's crew, whoever it is, location, event, actions, recommendations. And they'll tell you what's going on. You know, it's Dave here at door 2 and we've got a passenger in row 4 who's unconscious. He's on oxygen. Doctor's attended. Right, lovely, okay. We may need to divert. Right, and as I've written in the newsletter as well, I then start setting the box up. We print off a load of weather. I go nav 160 on my map, so I'm looking behind me 80 miles and ahead of me 80 miles. I'll change my alternate to the nearest suitable airport. On the secondary, I'll have the next 2 ahead of us. And as we fly along, I'll move them all around. So the nearest airport is always ready to go as my alternate. And if they call up, like a friend of mine had recently, she said, she anaphylactic shock, he's had 2 EpiPens, we need to go now. Tell ATC where you're going, press 2 buttons and you're already on your way. And it's all set up, ready to go. The last thing you want to be doing is have them come back and say, oh yeah, we've got to go. And then you start printing off the weather you want it all done and set up.
Yeah. So it does look like they are de-icing that taxiway, expecting a lot more fluent departures.
Yeah. Oh, here comes the Hainan.
Yep, Hainan on the way as well. Another lovely heavy on the way out. We're just going to capture this BizJet on the departure roll.
There's a bloke out here. I thought he was saying goodbye. I thought it was his grandma who was going on her travels because he was out here shouting, "Hi, Nan." David Bones saying, on the 320, why is there bong in the cabin when the gears retracted? Heard a myth that it was signified the no smoking sign still going off in the early days, but it still happens. Yeah, it is. The no smoking sign stays on at all times. But when you cycle the gear, the no smoking sign does a bing. So that's what you're hearing. Yes, Angela, I am flying today. I'm going to Amsterdam later on, and then I'm going to Belfast Harbour.
Are you on for the next couple of days, Mark?
Yeah, I am, mate.
3 up top in the Hainan, 1 in the jump seat.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm in today. They've given me 2 days of leave over the weekend, which I don't really want to go. I was supposed to be going off shooting with Sam, but my gun's in for repair, so we couldn't get booked in anyway. So I might sell my services back to the company, and then I'm off to Egypt on Monday.
Awesome. Here we go. Enjoy this, guys. This is the Gulf Air Dreamliner heading back out to Bahrain. Another aircraft heading back off to the Middle East. Beautiful departure.
They're so quiet, aren't they, these new planes? It's these new generation engines. And like I said years ago, when you used to sit at Heathrow, you'd have the old 747-100s going over, the DC-10s.
I was saying to the lads, like, it did hit me on Wednesday, like when the last 75 left. It did hit me then, but like, I don't think it probably will until we don't see them like actually taxiing out and stuff anymore. Let me see. God.
Yeah, it had quite a high-pitched whistle to them, don't they?
Yeah.
Like I said, when that came out, everyone was blown away by how quiet they were. And now they're considered noisy. It's strange.
Bit of Dutch pride on the taxi out. Ship all bound. KLM 73.
It's especially for the younger people, you know, you tell them about it. You know, when you think, you know, if you Google like the old 707s and DC-8 takeoffs with the massive amount of black smoke coming out of the engines, and, you know, had water injection to try and get a bit more power out of these weedy little engines, and the noise and the rumbling. I mean, I remember standing at the end of Heathrow's run where Concorde went over, and my chest was vibrating. You know, I got photos of it. It was just, you know, you never see that again. I suppose for the people who live near the airports, it's quite a good thing.
Yeah, of course. Bit of noise abatement for them.
Carl, I did mine modular in bit by bit by bit. Suitcase travels. Could autopilot land a plane? Yes, it does. When it's foggy, the plane will automatically land itself. Doesn't have to be perfect, but you do have crosswind limitations for the auto land. They're less than the pilot can actually do, but they're still pretty good. You can have, you know, you've got tailwind and crosswind limits on it. But yeah, the aircraft, the 7.5 actually was the best aircraft for autolands. It had 3 autopilots. The centre autopilot used to take care of the rudder and the flare and the landing. The Airbus does a pretty good job of it. The 7.3, yeah, it can auto land.
This picture telling us a bit of a story why they might be sorting out that contaminated taxiway there. Is getting pretty busy on the departures. Lots of different variants of aircraft. Got this 350 of Singapore now lined up. This should be awesome.
Well, he's asking, doesn't the main landing gear have to be on the ground for the reversers to activate? Generally, yeah. On the Airbus, you need one wheel on the floor and 72 knots wheel speed on one wheel, and one thrust lever at idle.
Here we go. Enjoy this, guys. Awesome.
Yeah. With the reversers as well, a 7.3, I think if you're below 5 or 10 feet radio altimeter, you can select them. I've seen a Ryanair in the flare with the reversers coming out. The DC-8, you used to be able to use them in flight to increase your rate of descent. Oh, the inboard ones, and not with the flaps out, if I remember rightly. But you could get really high rates of descent to get the height off with the inboard reversers out. Can't think of... I know with the DC-9s, you used to be able to reverse the aircraft with them. The C-17 reverse with the reverse. I've seen it do a landing at Farnborough with a short field landing, then it sort of did a reverse round a corner. I was like, that's good. You don't see that in your driving test.
Houston-bound Singapore, this, so we might see this passing in front of the... Passing behind, sorry. Hey, and Amy is on the taxi out. Nice one. Your eye on... Amy, out for Amy on this near side, guys. She is going to give us a bit of a sneaky wave.
Hope we get a postie card. Lady Bonnie, where's my favourite place to fly to? I like going into Newcastle because I live there.
Yeah. Less drive home.
Yeah. Well, no, I'll have to come back down here because my car's down here. Yes, Bevs, I have. I've been into Madeira on the 7.5 and I've done it in the sim a few times, but... Oh, favourite destination for work, favourite destination holiday. Mate, I like, you know, if I'm at work, I like being in my flat in Manchester. It's quite cosy.
Yeah.
Holiday, well, the only holidays abroad that me and the family have ever done was Palma and Barcelona. We went to Santa Susana and they were both lovely. Yeah. Dave is asking, why did they stop the triple engine types? I thought they were great. Yeah, well, what happened is they brought in ETOPS, extended twin engine operations, or engines turning, or passengers swimming. And the engines now are so reliable, they very, very rarely fail. So they're saying, well, actually, you can fly at 3 hours on one engine over the sea. And now some of them, I think it's more than, I think it's 120 minutes, 150 minutes, something ridiculous on one engine. I mean, I wouldn't fancy it, but the engines are so reliable now, they're generally considered they're not going to fail. So you only need 2. So you're using less fuel, you're carrying less weight, you've got less engines to pay for, bearing in mind that an engine, the engines are about a quarter of the cost of the aircraft. Less maintenance.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
So,
absolutely.
yeah, if you can do it on 2, we'll do it on 2.
Next heavy arrival looks like it's going to be the Saudia. Currently 16, just over 15 minutes out. None of these aircraft, surprisingly, having to... any aircraft having to stack anyway, like over Dane or anything, which they have been throughout the week. But looks like everything's pretty cool runnings at the minute. Don't want to jinx anyone, but everything's looking okay at the minute.
Early Dev saying in Microsoft Flight Sim you can reverse a 7.4 using reverse thrust. That realistic? I've no idea, mate. You could only do it on the C-17 and the DC-9 because the engines were higher up. On the low wing engines, you don't want to be using reverse at low speeds because you're going to suck in a load of crap into the engines.
Yeah.
It's a Turkish Wookiee.
Yeah.
I was doing a walk around a few months back and I think it was a Turkish Wookiee was going past and he was obviously playing with the engines because all you could hear was this Wookiee howl, quiet, Wookiee howl, quiet. He was having a bit of fun.
Tinkering, he was tinkering around.
I don't know if I can... I remember I was fanning about with my guns in my garage the
Don't
other day.
lie, Mark. You do it as well, man.
Of course I would, mate.
You do it.
If our one's Wookiee,
You do it.
I'd be in there like swimwear, mate.
You'd do it as soon as you stepped in.
I'd be up for that like a big brown dog, without a doubt. I was at my garage the other day and this KLM E2 was going in past us and it was Wookiees, but down the final approach you could hear the Wookiee howls as the engines are just sort of keeping the speed as they're going down the ILS and put the gear down so it was on fairly low power. So it's just I heard this howl, what? That sounded like a Wookiee, and I looked round.
What's going on there?
Oh, it's so cool. I was well impressed with this.
Another wonderful heavy on the way up, ladies and gentlemen. We have a Cathay Pacific 350 behind this aircraft. Is channel legend and supporter Amy on board, the one of the new additions to the Jet2 fleet, one of the A321neos in the .com scheme. Currently on November Mike. And as I say, she not quite visual yet, but she's going to be taxiing past us here at the RVP. Keep your eye out on the windows. I think she's on row 17, so...
Pedro said she's on the other side, so we might get on the takeoff roll.
Got it.
We'll get on the takeoff roll. Oh, here's a Cathay. Ooh.
Beautiful Cathay.
That's saucy, that, isn't it?
Nice, isn't it? Naughty plane.
We used to have a proper legend at he was an ex-Cathay 747-400 pilot called Don Grange. He was actually on one of the old ITTV videos in the plane and flight deck filming and in the sim. And everyone called him Uncle Don. He was a smashing lad. I think he still does some sim work for us.
And here is the aircraft. He's going to be taking Amy down to Lanza. Have a great time, Amy.
Don't forget me posted code.
Not jealous. We're not jealous here.
I'm not.
We're not jealous.
I'm not. As Fezza would say, it's nay 7.5.
Yeah, it's not a 7.5, is it?
It's not, mate. The six-wheeler, the light twin.
And as I just mentioned before, you can really see why they want to get this taxiway open now, just to ease a little bit of these departure traffic. I think would make sense.
I'll
just read this bit of support out, Mark,
yeah,
which
mate.
I've missed. We have Simon, the legend himself, Mr. Greedy. Thank you so much, mate, for the £8 super chat. Absolutely awesome show, Matt and Mark. Here's something towards this great show. 2 brilliant people hosting, and Mark's knowledge and expertise is fantastic. I totally agree. And we have David Gardner, 10 months at Premium Economy. Thanks so much, David. Awesome support. And Derek Redmond as well, 1 month away now from his Red Tail badge. 11 months, 27 days. Looking forward to the Red Tail. Thanks a lot, Derek. Hope you're okay, mate. And the 4 Aussie aviators. Welcome, guys, to Premium Economy. Thank you so much for your support. Welcome to the channel. Thank you so much. See the cafe there. Still 4,000 legends here in the chat. Mark's going to be here till around... What time are you here till, Mark? Another half an hour or so? We're on just about to be around 12 o'clock now. So I think Mark's going to be sticking on for another at least half an hour.
Yeah, got me.
If you do have any remaining questions, Mark will gladly answer them for you, but get them in, like I say, before the next half an hour. Because Mark has to... got a bit of flying to do.
There's a cuppa by your foot there from Pedro, mate.
Ah, thank you so much, mate. Cheers, Peds. Legend. Absolute ledge.
It may not be a 7.5, but it sips fuel like a gent rather than necking pints.
Too true, Mark. Too true.
Yeah, I know.
Cheers, Matt. And another heavy on the way out, ladies and gentlemen, in the form of the Jet 2 leased A330 tanker. And that aircraft's going to be heading also down to the Canary Islands, down to Tenerife South. 10 hours of grief.
Mason's asking if I ever had a 7700 Squawk. I've done it in the sim a few times.
Yes.
I intend to keep it that way.
Yes.
That old mate of mine, Ray Bather, I was telling you about, that very eccentric guy. He'd had 5 engine failures in his career, and it was always the #1 engine.
No.
So it was quite good flying with him because he's had his fair share, and you know the odds are better.
You knew that your chances weren't going to be arising when you were flying with him.
There's another guy I used to fly with, a big guy called Big Al. He was in the Rhodesian Air Force. He was shot down 3 times.
Good grief.
Yeah, it's an absolute, legend in aviation. I keep nagging him to write a book. The things he's done and seen.
Get it done.
Yeah, he joined the RAF. He was a squadron leader on Tornadoes. He flew Phantoms. He went out to the States. He was checked out on the F-18, F-16. He's just an absolute. He needs to write it all down. It's these guys with these these wacky careers. It's all more sanitised these days.
Another wonderful heavy. About to depart Manchester. Right in front of us, single runway operations, 05 left the runway in operation at the minute, and it looks like it's going to remain that way for the rest of the day. So don't be going anywhere, guys. If you haven't done yet, it's easy to forget. Make sure you give that like button a click. If you're new to the channel, click that subscribe and set your notifications to all. That way you won't miss our next show, which will be here on Sunday with myself, Martin and Andy back at the helm. And all that's starting from around 9 AM UK time on Sunday. And then the lads will be back for this scheduled Midweek Madness show. Winter schedule still, 10 o'clock start there. And I'll be back here on next Friday. And that's our weekly schedule for you guys. But yeah, back here on the Sunday. It'd be great if you could all join us for that. Thank you so much. Lots and lots and lots of aircraft now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 aircraft now on the ground here at Manchester, waiting departure clearance. As I say, they are trying to decontaminate this taxiway here to ease a bit of this congestion. And as they have done throughout the past couple of days, the ground ops here at Manchester are doing a fantastic job and really doing their utmost to keep the airfield flowing best they can.
Basically saying, I bet the airliners' live beanies are coming out today. Too,
yes.
Right. Mine lives in me work jacket, so I've got it at all times.
Yes.
Yeah. Also plugs up a hole in the pocket as well, which helps.
Change saver in your pocket. Also have a lofty 320 from Munich for the return leg to Munich pushback. EasyJet that's just arrived, came in from Barcelona. And we do have the next arrival. It is the TAP Air Portugal E190 long range aircraft. Say it's diverting to Lisbon here, but it's whence it came, so An issue with the transponder there, I'm not sure. The aircraft is going to arrive here at Manchester. Next arrival, currently at 400 feet.
Who was asking? Someone's asking about Seville. Phil's asking what's happening in Seville. Quite a lot of diverted to Malaga. Yeah, the weather's a bit toilet down there. It's, at the moment, it's 2,000 metres in mist, overcast at 400 feet. And both ILSs are only Cat 1, so you can't do autolands. So it looks like, I mean, I haven't got further weathers at the moment because I'm using my iPad. But yeah, if it's not, you can't land, you can't land. So yeah, the weather's a bit toilet, so that's all it is.
BA 380 heading over to Laurie's neck of the woods, over to Dallas.
Oh yeah, BA1. Scottish Linda's longest flight I flew on. It was Djibouti to Paris on the 757, 8.5 hours. It was a long old way. Again, like I was saying earlier, these places we were going to, Djibouti, just next to Somalia. You're in the minibus going to the hotel, and there's people standing around with AK-47s, and there's people outside the hotels with AKs.
Wow.
I remember going down years ago.
I noticed that when I was down in Hurghada, though, at the Red Sea Resort there, all like up in the minarets and stuff with, like you say, Kalashnikovs and stuff. And they were saying, like, though, it's not strictly just for security, it's to stop, like the people out of the different towns coming into the other towns and nicking all the hotel jobs and stuff like that.
We used to go in Hassan Massoud in the Algerian desert, and someone was on about it on that post on Facebook, that big post.
Yeah.
And I said the last time I was there, I think it was 2007, they were building machine gun emplacements around the airport. It's a dodgy part of the world. But I remember going down to Djibouti, and I was with a Bulgarian captain. He's actually, that photo of the Ed Force One, that's the same guy. This wasn't the same time, but he'd never flown a propeller aircraft. He joined the Bulgarian Air Force, and he learned to fly on an L-39 Dolphin jet. But we'd taken off from Paris in the evening. We're getting past sort of Jeddah, coming down towards Djibouti. And it was early morning, 3, 4, whatever. And the sun just started to come up. And there was an overcast layer of cloud 10,000 feet, as far as the eye could see. And as soon as the sun popped its head up, over in the distance, just off to the left, over the top of Aden in the Yemen, these two thunderstorms appeared. And I said to him, bloody hell, look, they're growing quick. And in the space of less than 10 minutes, they were over our level.
Wow.
And they went up over 80,000 feet, these two storms.
Wow.
They were huge. Went through the tropicals like they weren't even there. And that was our alternate. And I was like, I said to him, we better make sure we land in Djibouti first time. Anyway, we did. You always get a nice landing on 2-7 at Djibouti. And you'd always get a nice landing on 2-1 in Ghana as well for some reason. But anyway, we landed in Djibouti, went to the hotel, had our rest, woke up, went to go down to the hotel. And the hotel, they used to do this like Kentucky Fried Chicken, but it was spicy. It was really nice. And I put the news on. CNN News had these storms on. It was like entire villages being washed away by them. And yeah, you used to get some real dodgy weather down sub-Saharan Africa. You have the convergence zone, where the thermal equator, massive thunderstorms and all that sort of thing. It was it was pretty fierce.
All these aircraft are just awaiting the arrival of the Brussels Airlines, which today they've sent in the A320neo. Nice to see. Bravo Delta on the registration of this aircraft. Currently on now the final 500 feet onto 05 left. Should be visual very soon.
Is it Nils?
I don't know. I haven't been informed.
Mach 1, no, the 75 flights I did to Africa, they were all passenger flights. Did have cargo in the hold, but no, they're all passenger flights. Some were the scheduled ones, and some were, the Djibouti one was a sub-chart for Dallo Airlines. I think Bruce Dickinson has got the Iron Maiden singer who used to be at Australis. He's got a maintenance plant in Cardiff now. He's also got an old 737 that he's got out in Djibouti. He did have out in Djibouti doing Dallo Airlines flights for them. I'm not too taken with that spotty colour scheme,
I'm not taken with it, but I like the Neo.
Yeah, it looks better on the Neo, but it does look like it's been in a hangar with lots of different planes and caught a disease.
They aren't selling that to me, mate.
Yeah.
I don't know about you, but they're not selling that to me.
No, I think it's been in lots of different hangars with lots of different planes, and it's caught something.
Yeah, it's
needs some
definitely
penicillin. Yeah.
Cheers, Brian. Thank you so much, mate. That's really generous of you. Back to the community with the one gifty. That's absolutely brilliant. Thank you so much, Brian. And Sasha as well with a £20 afternoon, Matt and Mark. Hope you're okay, Sasha. Have a great weekend. Thank you so much for the 20. That's absolutely brilliant. And just like Sasha and Brian, you can support the channel. Our preferred method of support is the gifted memberships, but you can alternatively offer up a super chat or a super sticker. Or if you'd like to support us for free, another preferred method of support is to just give that like button a bit of a click. There's more than you can imagine that. Thank you so much. Currently at 1,600 likes for the live show. So if you haven't yet, it'd be wonderful if you could give that like button a click for us. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. Hi, Nan.
Hi, Nan.
3:30. Hi, Nan.
Hi, Nan.
Next heavy departure out of here. Hope you enjoy this, legends.
Well, we've gone from hi, Nan, to bye, Nan.
Bye-bye, Nan.
Phil's asking, what's the favourite aircraft I've flown? Light aircraft, Cessna 152. I've been instructed on that. It was an absolutely magnificent aircraft. Light twins, Piper Apache with uprated engines. It was like a old 50s American car inside. It smelled like that. Had great big wooden knobs on the power levers. It was just
Old
wonderful
mahogany.
aircraft. Yeah, overpowered as well. And jet-wise, it's a 757 without a doubt.
Now, Mark, this is taking an immediate right turn, the Hainan there.
Yeah, looks like he's going to intercept that radar. We expect him to do a left very shortly. There you go, he's starting the left turn now. See how he's picked up the 051 radial off of the Manchester VOR, which is over in the corner. Matt one's asking, did you ever fly Bruce Dickinson? Yeah, he did my day of performance ground school on my 757 type rater. Very surreal from a real Iron Maiden fan to suddenly have Bruce Dickinson walking. I'm sort of sitting there like, I want to jump up and down. I'm so excited. And he's talking about aircraft performance and doing all of that. And I saw him in the crew room. He actually phoned me up to give me some advice with me, some of me training. And we had him on the jump seat once. We were going down to Turkey and getting off, and him and another guy were taking the plane down to Agra in India. And then they were going to come have rest, 12 hours rest, then come back, pick us up, and we'd fly it back. And he was on the jump seat. And he had the script. He was about to do a program on spontaneous human combustion. He was talking about the script, and he was on about Air Antique, trying to get them to let him fly their DC-6. And I'm looking at him like, so you've got, your wife and your kids. You've got part-time jobby. You've got Iron Maiden. You've got your radio show. You've got your solo channel. You've got this programs you're doing.
Is there anything this lad doesn't do?
I'm like, how many hours are in your day? I'm knackered all the time, and he's just a bundle of energy. He's a lovely bloke. Yeah.
Hard lad.
Hello, Tom and Anne. So you're on form today.
Yes. And there's a purpose to that, Mark, why that aircraft took that approach out of that climb out. Is there a reason for why it took that slight deviation on the climb?
Yeah, well, what it is over in the far side of the airport, over sort of in the general direction of the windsock, there's a navigation beacon called a VOR, very high frequency omni radio ranging. And the departure out of Manchester, the designated departure that he's on, you track away from that beacon on a course, I think I remember 051, it's the course. Now, that's not lined up with the runway. So what you've got to do is you've got to get on that radial. So you take off, and you do a right turn until you're on that radial, and then you fly along the radial. Now, when the VOR goes, it'll all be done, they'll replace it with an RMP departure where it's all done on GPS. But you've got to get over to pick that radial up. Now, some aircraft, depends on the way the nav kit is, but some will do a sort of a shallow sort of drift over and get on it because it's not that important, and some, the older aircraft will be more inclined to want to get on it quick as possible because you want to be tracking your beacons because you're safe.
Yeah. KLM 73 heading back to base, back to Amsterdam Schiphol.
A few years ago, the kid's hamster died, and my mate said, mix it up with a load of strawberries and put it in your garden. We did that, and all these tulips were growing. And I phoned him up and said, I've got all these tulips. He said, yeah, you always get tulips from hamster jam.
That's your fourth.
It's lucky
Keep your eye on him, ladies and gents.
It's lucky
That's
I'm
his
going
fourth
soon,
one
isn't it?
now.
It's lucky I'm going soon, isn't it?
That's his fourth one, and none of them have been good at all. Just shocking.
Yeah, well, I have a standard, you know, Matthew. I couldn't start telling good jokes now, could I? I mean, honestly.
Him with a 50 Philippine... I'm not sure what's the currency in Philippines, man. Do you know?
I haven't got a clue.
We've just been offered 50 up. Anyway, sup, mates? Enjoying the live show from the Philippines. Thank you so much, Von. And the legends that are Tom and Anne have just kindly dropped a gifted membership into the channel. Thank you so much, guys. See you on Sunday. How are you doing, Bob?
The Imelda Marcos of Texas has just chucked another shoe at me. She must be getting low now. She must be running out. According to Pedro, we're getting a one-fingered salute off Amy when she takes
lovely.
off.
Well, them jokes deserve one of them to be honest.
Okay.
Some people do like, yeah, they like it, man. Henna likes it.
Yeah.
King Kev obviously will be liking it.
Yeah, he's joined in now as
Mate,
well.
he
with
loves
his,
it,
yeah,
doesn't
he's
he?
got his mouse joke in.
Loves
Good
it,
lad. Yeah.
Here's the louder motion.
What?
Ah!
What?
Beautiful touchdown. Greaser. Last night, Matt, there was I was listening to the comms last night on the thingy and stuff because it was foggy, it was really misty and stuff, as Martin mentioned, and they was giving them a readout from like visuals on the airfield on
RVR,
the RVR. There was giving them a I think the distance around 1,500 meters. I think.
Oh, okay, yeah. So what you get a general, you know, they're like say, it's 200 meters in fog, vertical visibility obscured, RVR. 100, 100, 100, and the RVR is the critical thing. So if you want to take off at an airport like this, which has excellent runway lights and all the facilities you need, working ILSs and that, with training you can take off in 125 meters visibility,
right?
Which isn't a lot. And like I said, if you're doing manual landing, you need 550 meters. But if you're doing an auto land and it's Cat 3, what used to be Cat 3B.
Yeah.
You need 75 metres.
Right, okay.
And, when you're doing a manual landing, you need to see elements of the approach lighting system, and you need to see, a lateral element, could be a landing barrier, all this other stuff. So you need to see a fair amount of stuff. When you're doing auto lands, that all changes. Like I said, for a full Cat 3 auto land, you don't need to see a thing. With a Cat 3... With a decision height, you need to see one light. With Cat 3A, you need to see 3 consecutive lights, and with Cat 2, you need to see 3 consecutive lights and a lateral element, which could be a landing barrette. You have these long bars that come out sideways, so it just you make sure you're going in the right way.
Yeah. EasyJet, about to depart. And next aircraft in, a lovely heavy in the form of the Saudia, coming in from Jeddah. Standard livery today on the Saudia. Just still look great.
So if you've got Cat 1, you need 200 feet cloud base, 550 metres.
Yeah.
Cat 2, you need 100 foot cloud base and 300 metres viz. Cat 3A, 50 feet, 200 metres, and Cat 3B, 0 and 75.
Right, okay. Yeah, I just heard it like on a few of not every arrival, but on the majority of the arrivals when there was on like the final 3-4 miles.
Yeah.
They just relayed the RVR and stuff, so yeah.
Makes me laugh with some of the Spanish airports, you're going into Barcelona, it's gin clear day, you can see for miles, and RVR, more than 1,500 metres, more than 1,000.
I can see that from here, mate.
I'm in France and I can see the airport. But they always give it. So.
Now then, next arrival, Saudia. Currently at 600 feet. Let's see if this Saudia traditionally greases the touchdown onto 05 left. Enjoy this, everyone. Short finals now. Yes. Mate, I'm sure they train these pilots in the sim at Manchester. Every sim they go in, they must be training the landing at Manchester. They just grease it.
That's a good mate of mine I've known for years. He used to be an instructor. He knew him from Denham days. I met him again at Australis where he got his command. And he's actually commented on that post on Facebook. He used to fly the 787 for Norwegian years ago. And he said that you've got this head-up display and there's... in the flare, you'd put the flight path vector thing at the end of the runway and you'd generally grease it on every time. He said he loved his 787. He was a big fan of it.
Yes. I don't know what it is, mate. They just I think only once I've ever seen them absolutely plant it down, mate, and that was in windy conditions. So I've only ever seen that once.
Norm was asking, how often do we do an autoland? Anytime it's foggy. My last 3 landings into Manchester just before Christmas, every single one was an autoland. So it was foggy. But yeah, we don't. Normally we just always do it ourselves. David's asking if I wasn't a pilot, what would I have liked to have done for work? Well, apparently it wouldn't have been a comedian.
No.
Yeah. Shame, really.
You'd have been on stage, but you'd have been sweeping it, not telling jokes.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm scared of stages. I couldn't. I'm scared of stages. I'm really scared of them. Yeah. Years ago, I saw a mate of mine. He was on a stage and he went straight through it. And if there weren't a rope around his neck, he'd have broke his legs. Yeah, David's saying that the BEA Tridents used to use reverse before touchdown. Yeah, they could.
Just currently 12 here in the afternoon here at Manchester in the northwest of the UK. We're currently filming from the Runway Visitor Park, which is on the northwest perimeter of the airfield here at Manchester. An awesome venue for all your aviation needs. As I said before, the main mound for viewing the aircraft isn't open today, but there's still plenty of views that you can utilise here at Manchester at the RVP. Cafe's still open, and the aviation shop is still open as well for all your memorabilia needs. Concorde tours are still available, I think. As I say, the main mound shut for safety reasons. Everyone down here at the RVP just trying to keep the public safe, so hope that's understandable. As soon as this bit of this sun should sort some things out, I think, around the airport.
Yeah, it's still minus
still
3.
Cold. But this sun might be... it's certainly better than the weather that we've had here the last couple of days.
Yeah, like a blind man in a nudist camp. It's not hard, though, is it? Terry's asking, have I ever flown any prop planes? I've flown light aircraft. I've never flown a turboprop. My first commercial job after flying instructing was on the 7.5.
Next aircraft out is going to be the Turkish Papa Fox, brand new in July last year, this aircraft, and then that'll be followed up by the Cathay heading back to Hong Kong. Then we have the 330 of Jet2, and then we have the British Airways.
Graham Russell saying he spent a year at Denham on the PA-28 learning to fly it. I was like, okay, what school was that? Was it Cab Air or the Pilot Centre? Because I used to work for the Pilot Centre. We had PA-28s. And yeah, I know that's the trouble now. It's so expensive. We've got a couple of cabin crew who are trying to learn to fly, and they just have to keep stopping because it's just so expensive now. I mean, it was pricey back then, but it's ridiculous now.
Scandinavia. Short final while there's this bit of a hold-up.
Jack's asking, do we not do cockpit view, takeoff, landing videos? No, we're not allowed. We're not allowed to film in the flight deck below 10,000 feet, and we're certainly not put anything on social media now. The airlines are very, very strict on that now.
Here is the Scandi. Beautiful Pilatus as well on the taxi out here, ladies and gents. Jetfly, Pilatus PC-24, great looking aircraft. Charlie Delta, and this aircraft's going to be having the short southerly hop down to Norfolk
Graham, you learned with Cab Air. Yeah, that was a few years ago now, wasn't it? Yes, plane spotting Mike. I would like to fly into Liverpool. I went into Liverpool once, and plane spotting Mike was there filming me from his back garden. One of his mates was by the airport filming us. It was a good lad, Mike. Hope you're feeling better, mate. Anyway. Now Gio's asking, when do we get our roster? 17th of each month we get the roster. You can put preferences in. I'm on a special roster because I'm special, and I don't get to put preferences in. But yeah, you can sort of preference certain things. It's not a great system, and it didn't work for me when I was using it. But yeah, you can do. I mean, I was trying to get on the Santa flights in December and never got any of them.
And an aircraft very apt to these conditions, the Iceland Air Max 8. Right at the back of the queue here. There's around 5 or 6 aircraft just waiting for the queue up for departure. We do have the Turkish now lined up for departure, heading back to Istanbul, of course. And as I mentioned before, that'll be followed out by the Cathay, and then Amy, staff nurse, on the Jet 2 A321 in the .com scheme, heading down to Lanza. Here goes the Turkish. Here goes up on the 321 Neo.
Red Ruby's asking, is there good work-life balance being a pilot? No, not anymore. No, not
Used to be, yeah.
Used to be, not now. Now it's
so in demand, aren't
yeah, it's max hours, minimum rest all the time. I mean, I've had to go part-time for my health because the workload's just, especially at my age, it's punishing. Yeah, it's just not. It's not.
Not with the stress, mate, like you say as well.
It's the stress that goes with it as well. All the stuff that you're having to organise that isn't your job to sort out. But if you don't do it, it doesn't get done.
We're at an age where we just don't like BS.
Yes.
Let's just have it right, yeah.
Yeah. You spend a lot of my time before the flight is sorting out things that aren't my job to do. But it's normally a week of work. It's max hours, minimum rest all the time, and even in the winter. I tried to do a swap with someone. His missus is pregnant. He needed to get off a flight. So I tried to swap with it, and they wouldn't let me do it because I was on maximum hours for the year.
Wow.
This is in December, and I'm like, well, next summer's just going to be carnage, isn't it?
Yes.
Super V's asking, do you get ice build up on the wings during landing? If so, how do you deal with it? Yeah, you add speed. You do a landing perf, and there's a section on your app. You work out, you put in the wind and the conditions and the weight of the aircraft and all that. And there's a thing for ice accretion. So if you can see on the probe that you've got ice build up, then you will add speed to overcome the weight and the loss of lift caused by the rough ice. You've got wing anti-ice, but it only de-ices the 3 inboard slats on the front of the wing. So the tail and the rest of the aircraft can have ice on it, but yeah, extra speed is the way around it, and it's quite safe. Airbus has spent an awful lot of time and money testing this sort of thing.
Yeah. Next out, Cathay 350, and I'll just say a quick thank you to Von. Thank you so much, mate, for your further support. One Gifty and the legend Tony P Gamer. Hope you're okay, mate. Hope you had a great weekend, and huge thanks for your one gifted membership back to the channel. Huge thanks, Tony P. What a legend. Hope Ella had a good birthday yesterday.
Oh, Lee's here. Hello, mate.
And Lee.
We like Lee.
Are you okay, mate?
Do I ever do Kefalonia flight? I haven't done one of them in ages. Used to do it a lot on the 7.5.
Here we go. Beautiful 350. The form of this Cathay. Heading back to Hong Kong, back to base. This should be a great take. Enjoy this, everybody. We'll see if this aircraft takes the same climb out routing as the Hainan did. He'll make the right hand dogleg and then...
Well, Frank, Matt's saying, why is icing an issue on the ground and not at flight level 350? To be honest, at that height, it's too cold for the ice to form.
For the ice to form,
So what will happen is, if you've got an outside air temperature of anything below 10 degrees or below, plus visible moisture or ground contamination, then you put the engine anti-ice on. In flight, it's the TAT, 10 or below, plus visible moisture. And then you can turn it off in the climb or in the cruise. Oh, now he's doing the different one. He's heading off down the Listo one. He's heading off down towards London, I would have thought, with that one. In flight, you don't need engine anti-ice. If you're in the climb or the cruise and the SAT is below minus 40 and there's no cumulonimbus clouds around. So they've tested and said that ice below minus 40 is too cold for the ice to form. It won't stick to your plane. So you can switch the engine anti-ice or the wing anti-ice off then. If you're going to do a descent, say you're at 350 and you're in cloud and you're going to start descending, before you start the descent, you need to put the engine anti-ice on because the reduction in power may cause a bit of ice to form. Plus, you may forget it when it gets down to the temperatures you need it to be. So, yeah, you switch it off at high levels. You don't need it.
Wow.
Suitcase travels. What qualifications you need to become pilot and how long does it take to pass? Most people now do an integrated course. It lasts for, used to be a year. I think it's up to about 18 months now, and it costs anywhere between 120 and 160,000 pounds, but they do all your qualifications for you.
Buffy just touching down. I thought I'd bring you the full climb out of the Cathay there. Next out should be certain Miss Staffner. As I say, Amy heading down to the Canary Islands, spending a couple of days down in London. Hope you have a great, great time, Amy. Very, very jealous, as I say, of you being brand new, spanking, airplane smell aircraft. Well, gel.
You've got Sasha's asking, sometimes a flight radar, there's some planes depart from an airport, shows no destination. Is there a reason for that? Yeah, it's normally just a coding error or some sort of problem like that. I mean,
encrypted,
you sometimes when you get positioning flights, you get a TUI going from here down to Gatwick, and it's like going from Montego Bay to Seattle or something. It's just a little coding errors in there. I think with Flight Radar 24 that we use is pretty good. But it's just I just don't know really. I know it's some sort of coding error.
Let's see those wave emotes for our Amy, everyone. Bye-bye, Amy. Have a great, great time.
Don't forget your postcard.
Get the postie card.
Postie card. Pedro's standing next to me now. He's waving.
Having it, the lad.
Oh, I don't think... Oh, is that a wave? Oh, maybe not. Maybe... No, it's an Agincourt wave. That's what it's known as.
Aircraft just going through an initial spool, and then... Here she goes.
All right for some, innit?
All right for some, yeah. The second trip of the year, I think.
Sasha's asking where I'm flying to today. I've got to go to Amsterdam and then Belfast Harbour. And it does mean I'm going to have to love you guys and leave you.
Aww.
My presence is required, even though my plane's an hour late. It's 2 hours away from the airport at the moment. But
get yourself sorted, mate.
Yeah, I need to go and see my lovely crew and...
Tell them some jokes, give out some sweets.
Yeah, get them some cakes and
get in the good
them.
books.
Well, yeah, you look after those who look after you, haven't you?
Mate, you're an absolute legend, you know.
No, thanks for having us, buddy. Much appreciated.
My absolute pleasure, mate. You know that, anytime. And the feedback we always get from these shows is brilliant. So my appreciation is all for you. Thank you so much, mate.
No worries, mate.
Honest
I was
to
going
God,
to say,
it's been
actually,
brilliant.
we're sort of scratching around for ideas of what to use me for. So if anyone's got any ideas, email the lads, contact Airliners Live, tell them what you want me to do.
Yeah.
And we'll do it, because we're sort of sitting there like, well, what do you do with me? I've got a little bit of spare time now and part-time. And
hey, we'll utilise you, us. We'll use you for all your
mate.
worth.
Use me and abuse me.
I don't know about the second bit.
Well, you should use me for whatever you want. But if anyone's got any ideas, let the lads know. And we'll get our heads together, come up with multiple dandruff and go from there.
Cheers, Mark.
All right, buddy. Right, you have a lovely day, you lot.
Take care, mate.
I'll see you when I see you all.
Thank you so much.
Take care all. Ta-da. God bless. Bye.
Cheers, Mark. Jet 2 Air Tanker 330 climb out. Huge thanks again to Mark. What a legend, you know. Don't have to do this for us. Takes his time out of his schedule for today and decides to take it and spend it with us. So huge thanks, Mark. Absolute legend. And as Mark mentioned, he's got a couple of routings today, first of which over to Amsterdam Schiphol. Hope all his flights go well and run smoothly. As the 330 continues the climb out. Huge thanks, Mark. And us who remain, we are going to stick around. And why not? We'll capture the Middle Eastern 3 going out, ladies and gents. Take care, mate. Thank you so much, Mark. Yeah, we'll stick around, capture the Middle Eastern 3. As I say, I'm not sure what's happening with the Qatar as of yet. Qatar now just like it could be the next in, actually, the Qatar 350 coming in from Doha, of course. There you go, next aircraft out, British Airways shuttle service. Of course, heading back down to London Heathrow. Awesome. Yeah, it's brilliant having Mark on, isn't it? Knowledge, like, and just willing to share so much with us, like, as far as knowledge goes and everything. And what an absolute legend. What a legend. Thanks again to him. Next aircraft out. Lufty on the return leg to Munich. BA taking a similar routing out as the day we saw earlier. And the next aircraft out is this EasyJet A320. This aircraft's going to be heading down to Paris Charles de Gaulle. The gear goes up on these. Around about a 1 hour flight down to Paris for that aircraft. Next aircraft out is going to be the Pilatus we saw earlier, the Jetfly C-24. This aircraft's going to be followed up by the Ice Max and then the EasyJet for Geneva, the Neo. We have a TUI Max 8 on the move, aircraft heading down to Tenerife south as well. There's one or two other aircraft. The Lux Air is now pinging up as well, the Lux Air Dash 8. So a nice steady flow of traffic for us. Both is lined up. A little bit misty towards foggy towards that end of the. Spool up. Sorry, initial spool up. BizJet climbs out. Say the TUI Max now here. The Tenerife bound Mike Fox. And the next aircraft out is going to be the Ice Max. Now lined up. Now we have the EasyJet for Geneva, the next aircraft to depart. Following this, should get the 350 of Qatar in. Of course, coming in as flight Beck Romeo 27 from Doha, of course. Just get this out and then we'll turn our attention to the beautiful thing. Qatar now on a short final. The beautiful heavy from the Middle East. Next to arrive on route 05 right left here at Manchester. Final 200 feet. Here he is. Awesome touchdown from a beautiful aircraft. Seven and a quarter hours flight time from Doha for this 350. Oscar Delta registration. Beautiful, beautiful. And lined up already now is the TUI, and here's the Dash 8 of Luxair. Next aircraft into Ryanair, coming in from Valencia. What did I say? Next aircraft out, it's going to be the TUI, the Tenerife. Awesome that there's still 3,500 of you legends in this chat. Thank you so much for joining me today. Brilliant. And thank you to you, the two-time, for the £2 super chat. Flying on the A350 soon. Cannot wait. Awesome stuff. Thank you so much, the two-time. David Coombs, thank you so much, mate. Awesome stuff for the one gifted membership. Thanks a lot, mate. Jason B, business class membership wrapped up for 15 months. Awesome stuff, Jason. Thanks a lot. And Maria Spinelli, renewing your business class membership for 1 month. Thank you so much, Maria. Hope you're okay today. Thanks for the support, everybody. I know I'd always batter on. It'd be great if all 3,500 of you guys could give that like button a click for us. Free and easy way to support the channel. Nice if you could do that for us. Thank you so much. Just coming up to 10 to 1 in the afternoon here in the UK. As I mentioned before, the TUI Max 8 now lined up for departure. Thanks for the support, everybody. Thank you so much. Really kind of you. $2K likes. Thanks a lot, everybody. Awesome stuff. Thank you so much. 2K likes. Here he rotates. Ryanair taxis out. And the Ryanair from Valencia on a short final now. Now next out is the Dashi of Luxair, of course. Also on the move on the ground now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a Virgin Atlantic A330 aircraft going to be heading out as Victor Sierra 73 to Orlando. Here goes the dash spool up. Looks dash. This is the Qatar we've just seen arriving. Awaits patiently, waiting for a gate. Yeah, so we've got Virgin Atlantic on the way out. We have a Jet 273 from Malaga on the way out. Delta Bravo as well. We have a Ryanair about to go. No info on this Ryanair. May come on the transponder on the radar in a second. Ryanair rotates. Jet 273 taxis out past us here at the RVP. Egypt Air, coming in from Cairo, about to touch. Beautifully done. And from a 350 to a Virgin 330. Miss England. As I mentioned before, this aircraft about to embark on the flight over to Orlando. Journey of 3,681 miles from here, Manchester. Another 380 just going past us here at Manchester. A BA one, I believe. This ATR going to be heading on the return leg to Belfast. And the Jet 2 from Malaga is now lined up with the Virgin 330 behind. Here goes the Jet 2. Seven three climbs out. Car's been allotted a gate as it just goes behind the other terminal there. And next out is going to be the Virgin 330. Do have a Ryanair from Zizzo Max 8200 just there on approach. Then the Virgin Atlantic 330 should get out. Great touchdown from the Ryanair. As I say, next to line up should be the 330 of Virgin Atlantic. Also on the ground now, another one of the 2E Max aircraft that's heading down to a destination me and Mark were describing before, down to Hurghada in the Red Sea resort of Egypt. Also got a Ryanair 73 back for Billund, Delta Whiskey. And another Ryanair 73 pushback for Derry, London-Derry. And the second of the ATR 72-600 of Aer Lingus Regional. About to push back for Dublin as well. But 330 now, lined up. Another aircraft that should take the left-hand turn out of Manchester. Pass by the Manchester Nats Tower. To bring a shot of that. And cheers, Sasha, for the 149 super chat. Awesome stuff, Sasha. Thanks a lot. Very kind of you. How you doing, Tommy? How you doing, Mr. Clive? Okay, mate. As I say, we're just waiting for the left-hand bank turn out now from this awesome 330. Should start initiating that any moment now. And we do have the KLM. I'll get back to that 330 in a second, ladies and gents. Just got the KLM 321 Neo about such. Awesome. I got round to the tower pretty quick, the 330 there. Just taking a shorter loop around. So, in shot there to the right is the Egypt Air. We're just arriving in from Cairo, and to the left there is the double inbound ATR. And the next aircraft out, incidentally, is the ATR. For Belfast. So, two of the ATRs going out consecutively here. Sounding beautiful. Also on the taxi out is the Ryanair for Billund now as well, just about to taxi past us. As the other ATR initiates the departure roll. ATR departs, and the beautiful Egypt Air looking resplendent in this light. Look at that. Stunning. Watching you. Watching you. Watching. So next aircraft out is the double inbound ATR, and that will be followed out by the Ryanair Billund. Still a lovely setting surrounding the airport with these wintry conditions. Looking fantastic. But I'm pretty sure people over here in the northwest and various other areas have had quite enough of this. Yeah, if you are going out, be safe, everyone. And it is pretty treacherous around your way, just be careful. Afternoon, Craig. Hope you're okay, mate. Hope you're alright. Afternoon, Diane. I think had another sprinkling of snow yesterday sometime, but it's very, very fine fine flakes, so that's why I think they've had the real issue with the snow the last couple of days. Fine snow. How you doing, Oscar? Good afternoon, Kenneth. Hope you're okay, mate. Joining us. EasyJet Neo now on finals from Alicante, and then we should get the dash at the ATR out. Beautiful KLM Neo. Of course, these aircraft new to the fleet. KLM. Cheers as well to Beats Attack. Thank you so much for the prime, mate. Awesome stuff. Thank you so much, lad. Morning, Barb. Hey, yeah, huge thanks, Beats Attack for the prime sub. Absolutely awesome stuff, mate. Thank you so much. Really do appreciate that here at the channel. Hey, Freddie. How you doing, Alan? Good to see you, mate. Thanks a lot for joining us. Yes, the snow version of that fine rain. That's the one, Tim. Exactly that. Welcome, Adrian. Hope you're okay, mate. Gary's lined up. Away from that beautiful KLM for a moment. Hey, and huge thanks to you, Claire. Awesome stuff. Cheers, Claire, for your 16 months of business class support. Nice to be a part of it. Thank you so much, Claire. That's awesome support over 16 months and business class. Absolutely awesome. Thank you so much, Claire. Hope you're okay. Hope you have a great rest of your Friday and a brilliant weekend. Thanks a lot, Claire. ATR gets out of Manchester, short hop, maybe 35-40 minutes over the Irish Sea for that aircraft. Thanks again, Claire. Clever that in itself. And we have one of the Ryanair Learjets on the approach now. Learjet 45. Mike Alpha Bravo Echo uniform. This aircraft's utilised for... It does have a Ryanair, obviously owned by Ryanair, and it is utilised for various things. One of the more predominant things is ferrying flight crews around and whatnot, so every chance that's why this aircraft might be frequenting Manchester today. Just on a short final now, final 300 feet. 17-year-old airframe. Hey, and we have another heavy pushing back. TUI have leased one of the Vamos Air 330s, and that aircraft's just right now for Punta Cana. Lovely heavy on the way out, ladies and gents. Don't be going anywhere. Nice touchdown from the Learjet. Now on the taxi out, TUI 737. This is the Hurghada bound routing. Gonna have a brief 380 check, ladies and gents. All the cargo doors have been sealed by the looks of it. Chocks are still in place, and the lower jet bridge is still in situ there as well. But hopefully not too long for the 380. I'm just going to have a check on the radar. Does have a scheduled departure time of 1:10 around about this time, but it has been pushed back slightly 20 minutes just to 1:30. But as I say, hopefully not too long now for the King of the Skies to depart back to the Middle East as Flight Echo Kilo 18. Just lined up now the Ryanair 73 Delta Whiskey, heading, of course, as I mentioned before, to Billund. And we do also have a Pegasus A320 Neo on the taxi out for Istanbul as well. And a further Virgin Atlantic 330. We have flight Victor Sierra 109 for Atlanta on the taxi out GBUFO on the way out. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gents. Lovely couple of aircraft on the taxi out now for departure. Ryanair just going to hold short there, I think, and let the Virgin Atlantic for Atlanta past. Next aircraft out is going to be the TUI for Hurghada, and we do have an EasyJet from Geneva on a short final. Here is the Virgin Atlantic. Again, looking beautiful as the sun, the low winter sun, slowly stretches round to the west of the airfield. Lighting becoming a bit more prevalent. Looking beautiful. Easy. It's just about to touch down in the back of shop. Yeah, so as I say, ladies and gentlemen, don't be going anywhere. Around about 1:30, we're going to have the King of the Skies departing. And it'd be great to have as many people in here as we can. So if you could give that like button a click, share the stream. Let's get as many people in the house as we can for this afternoon flurry of heavy departures. And the Brussels is also ready for pushback. As I say, we do have the Vamos, the least Vamos, flying on behalf of TUI, and that aircraft's going to be heading out to Punta Cana very, very soon. It's just pushback now. The next aircraft out is the MAX 8, heading down to Hurghada. On about 5 hours, 5.5 down for this airframe. And business jet we saw arriving earlier, the American registered Gulfstream G450, is now also pinging up at the signature aviation hangar. And that aircraft's going to be heading over to Teterboro very, very soon. We're just awaiting this aircraft in shot here. Max 8 of 2E. Following this out, we'll have the Pegasus for Istanbul and then the Virgin Atlantic for Atlanta. Over Ryanair for Fuerteventura as well. About to come into shot there. And the Ryanair, they heading down to Fuerteventura. Nice climb out from the Max aircraft. KLM still waiting patiently there. As I say, next aircraft out is going to be the Pegasus for Istanbul. We do have a Turkish Neo on finals from Istanbul though now. Just on the final 500, 400 feet. Going to pan around and bring you that. And of course, earlier on in this live show, this Friday freezing show, we did have resident Airbus captain, the legend that is Mr. Mark Langston, relaying lots of information regarding the snow ops, the de-icing operations, and also a few nice words regarding the retirement of the 75s as well. So if you missed all that, make sure you watch some of the show back, the earlier start of the show. Never get a chance. As always, incredibly knowledgeable and giving with his time. Absolute legend. Yeah, see the Iberia there to the left? We're going to be heading out on the return leg to Madrid. Pegasus is just entering the active runway now. KLM Dreamliner just over the top from Mexico. Yes, there he is. The Dreamliner, Mexico City to Amsterdam. Flexi. There's the Iberia for Madrid, just on the taxi now. And now on the spool up is the Pegasus. Awesome stuff. Virgin Atlantic should be next out. We do have a Ryanair from Dublin on short. Be right back, 2 seconds guys, 1 second. Yeah, so we just got the Ryanair 73 Bravo Fox aircraft coming in from Dublin, and then we should have the Virgin Atlantic departing to Atlanta. Also, just pushing back now, we have an EasyJet for Tenerife South, and we have a Jet 273 for Marrakesh. And the Brussels A320 Neo is now also pushed back. So, the action keeps flowing, guys. Stick with it. Stick with us. As I say, we'll bring you all the Middle Eastern free departures before we wrap up the show today. And it looks like the KLM has finally been allotted a gate here. Looking really good. And next heavy on the taxi is the Vamos, as I say, being leased currently by TUI. About to come into shot very soon. We do have the Virgin Atlantic 330 as well now. Just entering the active runway. Virgin is lined up. Here is the Vamos. Don't worry, we won't miss the Virgin Atlantic, guys. Don't worry. Here's the Vamos. Nice to see. That looks really nice, especially in these conditions. Fantastic. Nice to see. Here we go. Virgin Atlantic 330 flight VS109 heading over to Atlanta. Awesome shot with the moon there. Look at that, ladies and gents. Wow. 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 What a shot that was. If I don't say so myself. Left-hand bank turn. The American BizJet I mentioned before now. Also on the taxi. Just going to capture this Atlanta routing as it passes behind the Nats Tower here. Beautiful. Yep, departure of the day, that was beautiful. Sun couldn't be in a better, the moon couldn't be in a better place. Stay there if it wants. And there the Brussels Neo. Nice to see this. Really nice. As I mentioned before, I'm not had my head turned by the spots and stuff like that yet, but they can keep sending these Neos if they want. These look really nice and small. Gonna give me phone a bit of charge, a bit of a boost now. Just stand by a second, don't mind. Nope. All sorted. Oh, hopefully, John, that'd be great, mate. If you're on the air tanker next week, absolutely no worries whatsoever, mate. Just keep us informed, mate, and I'll gladly catch you departing. Hope you have a great time. Eddie's back. Home cooking in the kitchen while lurking. Get in there, Eddie. You can't tell us that and not tell us what you're cooking, though, Eddie. You got to tell us what you're up to. No worries, John. Okay, mate. Thanks a lot. Nice wave. EasyJet FO. There is another fair old queue forming down here now. That EasyJet incidentally heading down to the south. Safe journey, chaps. And another fair old queue forming down here now. Pegasus about to touch down. 5 in the queue. The Iberia to Madrid first, then the Jet 2 for Marrakesh, then the Vamos 330 flying in behalf of TUI, that aircraft going to Punta Cana, of course, and then the Ryanair for Belfast. Brussels Neo, and then the crew we just got away from at the back of the queue there, the Tenerife southbound EasyJet. My flyer about to fly over the top of us, Swiss 330. Bring us a quick little glimpse of this. There's the Swiss. Zurich to Montreal. And another one of the Gritter team on the way out. Of course, these guys are doing an awesome job. Full kudos to these guys, you know. Had a very testing couple of days, but full credit to each and every one of them that have done their bit to keep operations flowing best as possible. He just had a bit of a report of a bit of contamination on this taxiway in front of us. But here goes the Iberia. A shot with the moon at the back here, maybe. Yes. Oh, we're loving this. We are loving this. He's not hanging around. He wants this job done quick. No hanging about. Next aircraft in, Ryanair, coming in from Barcelona. Down anymore. Nice ribbonage. Bit of fluff. Absolute grease. That's one of the landings of the day, that. Perfect. What a landing. Nice. So the next aircraft out is going to be the Jet 2 in the .com scheme, the 7-3, heading down to Marrakesh. Then we should get the Vamos 330 out. Still awaiting the 380. Flight Echo Kilo 18. 1350 now. The rough guide for that aircraft. Seven three on the spool up on takeoff roll. Next aircraft in is the A320 of Aer Lingus, aircraft coming in from Dublin. Flight Echo India 204. Must be a slight bit of contamination on these taxiways, hence why the awesome crew here are just keeping on top of things. Currently 4 appliances now on the airfield. It looks like they're initially working on this taxiway here. Either the Death Star or the moon, Frank, yeah. On short now, the Aer Lingus 320. Speaking of Aer Lingus, we do have a Aer Lingus UK Heavy on the way out. Lima Alpha. Aer Lingus UK 330 just about to come around the corner, and this aircraft is carrying out the flight to Bridgetown Echo Golf 931. Stage left. Another awesome heavy departure coming up, ladies and gentlemen. Don't be going anywhere. Dwelling at the Vamos 330, as I say, flying on behalf of TUI, is now lined up on runway 05 left for departure. To Punta Cana. Next departure. Real in. Ramos 330 climbs out. Moon top right. Getting a bit higher now, that moon. Might not be able to feature it on too many climbs out now, but great while we have the chance. Awesome. Next aircraft out is going to be the Ryanair for Belfast, and that aircraft is followed out by the FlexJet, the American registered Gulfstream G450, and then we'll have the UK 330. Quick check on the 380, guys. Chocks have been removed. Lower jet bridge now. Just being retracted there. Not too long. King of the Skies with us very shortly. First of all, we got this Ryanair for Belfast to get out. Then the FlexJet G450, and then this Aer Lingus UK 330. Do have the Brussels in between all those as well, and an EasyJet for Tenerife as well. It's been an awesome day for it though today. Brilliant day for a bit of aviation action. I'm sure you can all agree. Been a wonderful day. Perfect. Ryanair is line. We do have another one of the TUI airframes. We have India Charlie now, about to push back. That aircraft going to be heading to Cancun. And we also have the Pegasus Neo pinging up. Not sure it's going to be heading out immediately yet. Under 3,000 live viewers here as well still. Absolutely brilliant. Thank you so much for sticking around, everyone. Absolutely awesome stuff. Thanks a lot. Other aircraft there to the right. Shot. Furrow distance away, that one. Next out is the Gulfstream G4. As I said, aircraft going to be heading over to Teterborough. Lovely. Check this. Lovely, lovely jubbly. Has been turned around at the traditional BizJet hangar here at Signature Aviation. Scandinavian Neo on the taxi. Aircraft heading out to Oslo. Looking very cool, very fresh. Fresh in the flight deck. Next out is going to be the Brussels Neo. Also now on the taxi, the Turkish biofuel livery on this. Splash of green colour on this Turkish on the taxi out. There we've got the Brussels Neo just lining up now, followed out by the EasyJet 324 Tenerife South, and then the Aer Lingus A330 for Bridgetown, Barbados, followed by the Scandinavian, just seen taxiing past. We have the Austrian 320 for Vienna pushback, and now just initiating the taxi is the TUI Dreamliner India Charlie for Cancun. Lots of aircraft on the move on the ground. We are still awaiting the Emirates Airbus A380 for pushback. The chocks have been removed, and as I say, the lower jet bridge has now been removed as well. Just getting a time of 14:25. I can't see it being that long, ladies and gents. Should be imminent now with the 380. Not too long at all. Okay, Brussels are now lined up. As I say, lovely. It's brilliant to see him sending the Neo on the odd occasion here. Superb. Next arrival is going to be the Logan Air Embraer ERJ coming in from Newquay, and that's followed by TUI Max coming in from Stockholm. Lovely moonshot. Get them screen grabs, get them screen grabs. Embraer on short now. As I say, aircraft coming in from Nuki. Final 700 feet or so. One hour flight time. And I think get this in. Try and get the 330 out. Embraer. As I say, 1 hour flight time. This aircraft coming in from Nuki. Nicely done from the Embraer. Great touchdown. So yeah, we got this. The taxi streamliner on the way out now. Going to nip to the loo real quick, guys, before this next flurry of heavies. Got an EasyJet on the takeoff roll, then the Turkish, I think. Oh, then the Aer Lingus. So we've got the EasyJet, then the 330. On the way out. We'll have a bathroom break quick between all that. Just give you pre-warning. EasyJet just lining up. Then we have the 2 Max touchdown. So I'll get the... In fact, I'll just leave you on this view, guys, because I don't want to miss any of this heavy action. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave you on this wide view here. Should only miss the 320, and I'll get myself back here before the 330 takes off and the Dreamliner. 2 seconds, guys. Don't go anywhere. If you don't mind, 1 second. We're back. Didn't feel a thing. Louder. Just holding short in front of us. No worries, Loops. Thanks a lot for your help today, Loopy. Legend. I do have this TUI Max. Short pan. Apologies for the quick panning. Nicely done. Now we should get the next heavy out, the Aer Lingus 330. Should just be continuing its taxi now. There he is. And another lovely heavy about to push back in the form of the Norse UK Dreamliner 78-9, heading of course down to Bridgetown on one of the P&O ferry flights. Another gorgeous heavy on the way out, ladies and gentlemen. Don't be going absolutely anywhere. Austrians on the taxi. This louder motion in front is heading to Vienna very soon as well. And the other .com Jet 2 A321neo is going to be heading down to Gran Canaria in the Canary Islands, November Oscar. And the Austrian is the reason why the Lauda was holding short. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, it's never ever too late to support us here at the channel. If you wish to do so, you can do so freely by clicking that like button. If you'd like to support us a little bit further, you can do so by clicking the dollar symbol there as well. Be part of the awesome support we've received this today. And Pia jumping on that support train straight away with the 45 Danish. 2 steak bakes and a large coffee. Thank you so much, Pia. Awesome support. Here's a 330. Thanks a lot, Pia. Hey, and the main man. Pedro. With a 1 gifted membership. Thanks so much, Pedro, mate. Awesome support, lad. Thank you very much, mate, and thanks for the goodies earlier. Awesome support, Pedro. Thanks a lot, mate. What a guy. Legend. Another heavy that should make the left-hand bank turn. Stream, grabs ready. Tower shot coming up. Thanks again, Pierre. Cheers, Pedro. All your support, guys, keeps these live streams free for absolutely everybody. So, thank you so much. EasyJet, next arrival. Next aircraft to depart is the Scandinavian for Oslo. Neo, India uniform. Then we should get the TUI Dreamliner for Cancun out of here. Then the Austrian, then the Ryanair, the Lauda, sorry, for you see there now, just the Neo lined up. Beluga there, ladies and gents. Beluga. Beluga. Beluga wheel. Beluga. Aircraft heading out from Chester and making its way over to secondary airport in Hamburg. Airbus factory. Beluga. Scandinavian now. Initiating the spool. Cheers, Sel. Awesome. Next arrival's here already. Ryanair with the ribbons. Aircraft arriving in from Lisbon. Next out should be the TUI Dreamliner, I think. Yeah, should have the TUI Dreamliner, then the Austrian, and then the Lauda. There's the Dreamliner now, about to line up and embark on the 4,214-mile journey. EasyJet on the taxi out from Munich, and we also have the other, as I mentioned before, the other Neo, the .com scheme of Jet2 on the taxi out for Gran Canaria. Spool up from the Dreamliner. Look at that. Wow. Wow. See that touch of frost on the top of the fuselage of the Dreamliner there. Austrian, it's going to be the next aircraft to line up. Next aircraft in is going to be a Ryanair UK aircraft coming in from Marrakesh, and that will be followed by a Ryanair from Bologna, and then we should have a British Airways A319 coming in from the capital. Ryanair on short final now. Got a lofty 7.4 coming over very shortly. I'll keep my eye out for that, guys. Always lovely to see a 7.4 over the top. More immediately, we do have the Laudamotion about to line up. And that's going to be followed by the November Oscar of Jet 2, the Neo. And this EasyJet in shot is the 320 Tango Alpha heading to Munich very, very soon. Powder motion is lined up. And 7-3 of Jet 2, Bravo Whiskey. Aircraft looks to be heading down to Tenerife South. That this Jet 2 about to come into shot briefly. 7-3 Bravo Whiskey. Lauda's on the roll, and the EasyJet from Munich now continuing its taxi. Gear goes up on the Lauda and gets enclosed. Austrian that's just departed. Just holding short now is the Jet 2 for Gran Canaria. Because the Bologna inbound of Ryanair, the Max 8200. Victor India coming in following 2 hours and 25 minutes of flight time. On the final 500 feet into Manchester. About to touch down on runway 05 left. We are on single runway ups as we have been throughout most of this week actually with the adverse weather conditions. Touch. 7-4, just bring this, what do you want to see? Do you want to see this Ryanair? Oh, I'll bring you the 7-4, sorry guys. I did say I'd bring you the 7-4, so that's what I'll do. Seen enough Ryanair today. Here's the 7-4 of Lufthansa. Did promise. Awesome. From what I could catch. Just lining up now is the Neo bound for Gran Canaria. I have to level this camera back up a bit now, guys, because tripod sunk a bit. Thawing out a bit up here now. There we go. Should be okay now. Bit better, innit? And huge thank you to you, Helena Hill, signing up for premium economy membership to the channel. That's really, really kind of you and positive, Helena. Thank you so much. Hope you're okay today, and I hope you have a great weekend. Thank you so much for your generosity in signing up to the channel. Really positive, that is. Thank you. Great stuff. Let's everyone give Helena a nice warm welcome. That'd be great. Nice. Other aircraft heading down to the Canary Islands. Around about 4.5 hours, if that, flight time. Thanks again, Helena. Really kind of you, that is. Thanks a lot. Was your son flying that jet too? Paul Compton? Hey, Loops, have a good nap, mate. Thanks a lot for your help, mate. Thank you so much. Huge thanks to all the moderators for their continued help during these Friday shows. Awesome help and aid they bring to us presenters during these live shows. So huge kudos to all the moderators. Marie Band. Thanks for your help, guys. Hey, nice, Paul. Excellent. Congrats, man. Afternoon, Paul. Up. 4th flight at the age of 23. Mate. You must be incredibly proud, mate. You must be incredibly proud. I would be. Next aircraft in is the British Airways 319. Should be in shot any moment. She is. Ground ops crew, critters are still working hard to get these taxiways decontaminated. Next aircraft out is going to be the EasyJet from Munich, and that's going to be followed up by the Ryanair Max 82. They're going to Valencia, Juliet Yankee. We do have a Ryanair from Cologne, a 7-3. Operated by Malta Air, that's going to be the next arrival. Currently on a 8-mile final. EasyJet from Munich, just holding short for this next arrival, I think, by the looks of it. Also have a Vueling for Barcelona, pushed back now. And the Turkish for Istanbul is still pinging up. Should be pushing back any moment. They're just vacating. Oh yeah, we've got the 7-3. Tenerife bound 7-3 who is lined up. How long for the big boy? Tug is in place down there. Estimated at past, can't see that. And the Saudi is estimated for 2:45, that is. Emirates now saying 14:55. Gotta admit, I did think it would be, as unpredictable as it is, I did think it would be pushed by now with them removing the chocks and what. Sure, everything's ready on board. Hence with the jet bridge and not so. Maybe just waiting slot clearance or something like that. Back down to Dubai. Have a good one, Seb. How you doing, Kevin? Kevin, oh, hope you're okay, mate. Legend. I used to do, Katie. Used to be a decent pub for BA up here, but of course times change and demands change and what. Yeah, used to be a decent pub for BA up here. Gonna pour myself plaster the coffee in the flask. It's absolutely brilliant to still have 2,600 of you legends here over on YouTube. A couple of hundred still over on Twitch. Have a great weekend, Ipso, mate. Have a magic weekend. Thanks for joining us today. Brilliant. Look at this. Sorry guys, just stick with it a second. I'm just going to restart the power on the camera. Just bear with me a second. Don't worry if the screen goes black. Should be back any moment, guys. A bit of an issue with the camera here, guys. Okay, there now. Bit of a play around. Apologies for that, ladies and gentlemen. A high flyer. So I was trying to catch her for you guys. Flying him right in front of the moon, this aircraft was. There. Cameras. Show what these. Should be okay though. Ah, another lofty 7.4. That'd been awesome to catch her right in front of the moon there. Lofty again, yeah. Look good, that. Suffering a bit of a focusing issue, I think. It's cold. Too bad, I'll replace the camera. I've got my camera with me here, so it doesn't get too bad. Gear gets enclosed on the EasyJet. Yeah, but as you can see, still snowy, cold conditions here at Manchester International. Hey, waiting for the Aer Lingus to JFK as your parents are on board and his beard. Next aircraft out should be the Ryanair to Londonderry, and then we should get the Welling for Barcelona, the 321. Do have a Ryanair 73 from Dublin on finals now on the final 200 feet. And round and bring that to you. Sorry for the picture drop out there, guys. Yeah, I might have to. May have to change the camera here, guys, I'm afraid. Suffering on the focus. I think I may have to change the camera. Got the Ryanair, the Welling. A380 about to push back, ladies and gents. I'm going to change the camera, I think. I think it's the best thing to do. So, if you wouldn't mind, just bear with me a second. I don't want any issues with the Let me know if that's all right, guys. I might have to just change the camera. Won't take me long, only about 2 seconds, but looking like this camera's got a fault. I don't want it fault while the 380 goes up, if I'm honest. So the screen, ladies and gentlemen, may go black any moment, but I'm gonna have to take evasive action, I think, get this camera started. I think. Stand by, guys. I'm just gonna replace this camera. 2 seconds. Just bear with me. Thanks. Stand by. Should be back any moment, guys. Just 1 sec. Okay, camera screen should be back any minute now, guys. Should have picture. There we go. Should have picture now in any moment, guys. There we go. Let me know if we're back. Should be back in action there now. Right now, Max on the taxi. All this while, the king of the skies. Push back. Glad I'd done that camera change though there, guys. That wouldn't have been great if we'd not been able to concentrate on the 380 there. So, as is always, the information will be being relayed from the tug crew there on the ground to the guys, to the flight crew in the flight deck there, relaying information, letting them know when that pin has been removed for steering. Yep. Thanks for bearing with me there, everybody. Thank you so much. In the pits for McLaren. Oh, poor Mark. 15:45 departure for Mark now. Hope he gets away reasonable time, you know. Aircraft about to touch down. Easy jet. King of the Skies should be on the way any moment. Hey, Godzilla, Stephen Billings, 33 months. Need this to cheer up. Faceplant yesterday. Oh no, Steve. Oh, mate. Oh no. Oh, you're okay, mate. Thank you so much for your long-term support of 33 months. Thanks a lot, mate. Awesome stuff. Hope you're okay. Yeah, 380 pushed back. Great news for us. Ryanair UK for Londonderry pushed on the about to depart. Welling is down there as well as the Ryanair for Knock. The Max we saw passing by us earlier, Hotel November. So we're not missing a great deal, ladies and gents. Stick with the 380 for the moment. Should get away from him in a minute. There's the wave. And it looks like the crew up top are ready as well. A380 on the taxi imminently. And the Turkish with the biofuel livery is also coming to shot, actually, just in front of the 380 there. Nice green shades touches to this Turkish on the way out here. Other than the ice. .380 now on the taxi, ladies and gentlemen. Second King of the Skies departure we're going to witness during this live show. Here we go. King of the Skies on the taxi here at Manchester International. Heading out as flight Echo Kilo 18 to the Middle East, back to Dubai. Alpha 6 Echo Bravo. 12-year-old A380. And this is going to be another awesome heavy departure during this breezy Friday show. Don't be going anywhere. King of the Skies about to depart us here in Manchester. Looking beautiful. 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 Welcome, Andy. Hope you're okay, mate. Hey, AJD. Hope you're right. How you doing, 1234? Nice to see you, mate. Beautiful picture. King of the Skies. Number 3 to depart. Do have the Vueling lined up. Fantastic. As I say, second time we've seen this beautiful aircraft climbing out of Manchester. Vueling is lined up, as you can see, and we do have a Ryanair from Alicante on the approach, followed by company traffic from Limoges. Here goes the Vueling. Green shade on the top of the fuselage of the Vueling. And the Ryanair Learjet just pushing back as well from Terminal 1. Ryanair on finals now. Also now pushed back is the North UK Dreamliner heading to the Caribbean down to Bridgetown. In that aircraft very, very soon. Here's a Ryanair. The greaser from the Ryanair. Beautifully done. Next out we have the Ryanair, then the Turkish, then we should get the Emirates A380 out of here. Number 3 to depart. About to come around the corner is the Norse Dreamliner. Yeah, so 380, number 3. Here is the Norse Dreamliner. Looking beautiful. It's light. Gorgeous. Yeah, RVP closes at 4 today. So, that's until, I think that might be until... Goes the Ryanair. Here goes up on the Ryanair. It is lovely, isn't it, Paula? Thanks a lot, David. Thanks a lot, Mr. Templeton. Thanks a lot, mate. Appreciate that. Now we have a max on the final 700 feet from Limoges, Ryanair. Then the Turkish should get out, and then the King of the Skies. $15.25 for the Saudi, now, ladies and gentlemen. That's pushing it a little bit for us, to be honest. If it is at that time, I'm afraid we may not capture Saudi. Still awaiting the Qatar as well, which still has a time of 14:35, but we're way that now. Unpredictable. Another absolute greaser from the Ryanair. Now we should get the Turkish out. And with every bit of luck, we'll get the King of the Skies out as well. Turkish just lining up now. Right now, me being beamed to us from the west of the airfield, hence why we're getting these lovely background shots, pastel colours behind the aircraft before they depart. Turkish gets out. We've got a Qatar Dreamliner. Dublin to Doha. Currently flying through 37,000 feet, that aircraft. And the Turkish with the biofuel livery now just initiating the spool up. Clear those engines of any ice. Spool up properly for departure. Also have a lofty 320 on the return leg for Frankfurt on the way out. British Airways 350 as well. About to overfly us soon. BA 350. Heathrow to Philly. And now the biofuel sticker on the Turkish. Aircraft climbs out. Now we're just awaiting the King of the Skies to line up. EasyJet on short final from Lisbon, and then we should get the King of the Skies out of here. Got a Virgin 330 Neo Joan Jet just pushing back as well. Aircraft heading over to New York. Was scheduled to depart an hour ago. Now pushing back. Great to see a Neo. Awesome. Yeah, we're just awaiting the arrival of this EasyJet. Then we should get the 380 out. Then the Norse, then the 50 behind. EasyJet. This Ryanair shot is going to be heading over to Dublin. Bit of a fire going on at the back of shot there. And now on a long final we have an EasyJet from Amsterdam. Lovely wave from the FO. Yeah, living the dream there. Mersey Blues. Currently sat in bed, eating Mackies, watching Only Fools and Horses and this. Living the absolute dream. Get in there. And the 380 is still holding short, maybe waiting for the arriving EasyJet. Certainly is. 8 mile final. Also the TAP Embraer E190 on the taxi out, guys. As I say, the park will be shutting at 4 o'clock today. So keep our eye out for the Saudi at least, but I'm not sure if we're going to get that, ladies and gentlemen. We have got the, as I say, the Virgin Atlantic New York bound Neo Joan Jet on the taxi now. A nice couple of heavies to wrap us up. If you were hoping to capture the Saudi and the Qatar, I do apologise, but got to keep my eye on the time and keep things right for the guys in the park as well. Don't want to be having them hanging out longer than is needed. As I say, next live action from the channel, you don't want to miss it. Another action-packed Super Sunday, our flagship show, coming at you from 9 a.m. right here. Make sure you've got your notifications clicked to all, and that way you won't miss any of the live action from the channel. If you want to support us now, just before we wrap up, it'd be great if you could do so by simply clicking the dollar symbol, or you can do so freely by clicking the like button if you haven't yet. But yeah, if you like to support us, it'd be great if you could offer up a gifted membership, because that's our preferred method of support. Keeps the live streams free for absolutely everybody. So it'd be great if you could do that. Thank you. Still just short of 3,000 absolute legends here in the chat over on YouTube. And also 300 absolute legends over on the old Twitch as well. Thank you so much for being here, everybody. We are just awaiting the arrival of an EasyJet. Now on a short final, A320 coming in from Amsterdam. Then we should get the king of the skies, the Emirates Airbus A380, out of here. Departing as flight Echo Kilo 18 back to Dubai. So yeah, no sign of the Qatar or the Saudi as of yet, ladies and gents. Here's the next arrival. Here's EasyJet. And now, just about to enter the active runway for departure, is the 380. I'll keep quiet for the moment now. Enjoy this departure, everybody. And I think we'll probably capture this Virgin 330, the Neo, and then we'll see the state of play. We'll look to maybe wrap up. We have been live since 10 a.m. UK time this morning, and I was hoping to capture the remainder of the Middle Eastern 3, but time is pushing on. And as I say, the park will be closing at 4 today. Look at this. Beautiful. Slightly backlit, obviously, but still looking great, the 380 there. And this aircraft will be followed out by the Norse Dreamliner. So a lovely, lovely couple of heavies on the way out. This, the Norse UK Dreamliner, and this Virgin Atlantic Neo about to come past us very soon as well. Here we go, King of the Skies just lining up. Enjoy this, everybody. Absolutely, absolutely, Mikey. You know it too well, don't you, Mikey? Pack up, Qatar will ping up, and also the Saudi. Absolutely, Mikey. Right, I'm going to keep quiet now. 380 again, taking the direct route in out of Manchester. Awesome stuff. What a departure. Well worth the wait. Yeah, Norse Dreamliner is lined up, guys. Now come away. 380 now. Long takeoff this. Should be a bit of a fair old roll. Will be heavy. Yeah, no sign of the Qatar or the Saudi, unfortunately. I think we will wrap on the Virgin Atlantic Neo, guys, if that's okay with you. Hope that's understandable. We can wait and wait and wait, but park shutting at 4. Norse taking the left-hand turn out. Do have a lofty lined up, Frankfurt bound, but I think we'll stick with this shot for as long as we can. Yes, I think that's what we'll do, everybody. I think we'll capture this Virgin Atlantic Neo. Maybe the Ryanair Learjet behind, and then we'll wrap up the show, if that's okay with everybody. Not a great deal happening after these. There is one or two of the low costers, a couple of Ryanairs down the bottom there, but nothing to shout home about. Say, we don't want to be waiting too long for these heavies, to be honest. Could be here till after o'clock. So, don't want to start down that slippery path. Here we landing in from Marrakesh. Lovely touchdown. Did some lovely landings today. I know the winds aren't up, but still takes a fair bit of skill to get these aircraft down lovely and tidy. So that'll be our aim. We'll capture the Virgin Atlantic and then we'll wrap the show, guys. Huge thanks to all you guys over on Twitch as well. Thank you so much. Cheers to Sonny and the gang over there, Surly and whatnot. Martin for helping out over there as well. And again, a huge thank you to you moderators. Thank you so much for all your help during today's show. Impossible to do these shows without you guys, so just show my appreciation to all you moderators as well. Never mind showing the love for me in the chat. Show the love for the mods as well. Thank you so much, all you moderators. Thanks a lot. Hey, I'm telling you the truth, Henna. Virgin Atlantic, and that's it. 2 aircraft in front of it. TAP and the EasyJet for Geneva. Got this Ryanair on the roll. Number 3 to go now, the Virgin Atlantic. As I say, that was the TAP. Just about to get itself lined up. It's been great support today from you guys as well, everyone. All you ladies and gents, thank you so much for all your support today. Whether you happen to just click that like button, thank you so much. That's right. Absolutely absolutely spot on. No chance, Tony P. You know me too well, mate. Tony P. legend. You know that, mate. Coffee's run out of flask. It's all gone. All the coffee's gone. Flask is empty. It's official. Flask's empty. Just in time. Thank you so much, Henna. You guys are the best, not me. Here goes the TAP Air Portugal E190. Long range. Shallow initial climb out. Up. Now we'll get the EasyJet and then the Virgin Atlantic. We have a Ryanair on short final now. Aircraft coming in from Seville. Just going up for 3:20 in the afternoon now here at the Manchester Runway Visitor Park. Slight float from the Seville inbound there. EasyJet, next aircraft to line up, then the Virgin Atlantic, and then the Learjet of Ryanair. Might be difficult to see this EasyJet in the already orange shades behind. Looks stunning that though, towards the end of the airfield, doesn't it? $15.57 for the Qatar and $15.55 now for the Saudi, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen. So, as I say, we will capture final 3 outbounds, which is going to be this EasyJet for Geneva, the Virgin Atlantic for New York with JoanJet, and then the Ryanair Learjet 45 will capture. We'll call it a day. EasyJet roaring out. Now, great to see these 330 Neos as a new addition into Manchester. 330 Neo heading to the Big Apple is going to be the next departure. Do have a Jet 273 from Prague on short. Final 500 feet for the Jet 2. Look at that setting, ladies and gents. Stunning that, doesn't it? Oh, I'm sorry, Mark. I'm not going to be able to, I'm sorry, Mark. I'm not going to be able to catch you, mate. Park's shutting at 4. Sorry, mate. My apologies, mate. There goes the beautiful Virgin Atlantic 330 Neo. JoanJet heading over to the Big Apple. Hey, that's good news, Stevie. Jet 2 doing all the heavy maintenance checks on the 7378s at Teesside Airport in the northeast now. Put all of the repaints, and they have a 321 Neo in there for stickers as well. Yeah, one or two of the airframe's been rushed into service so quick that a couple of the titlings and the tail detail hasn't been added on one aircraft. But nice news for Teesside. Anyway, here we go. Beautiful Neo. Enjoy this, everyone. And another heavy aircraft heading over the Atlantic that should initiate the left-hand bank turnout. Up now. My pleasure, Crazy Creeper. Okay, mate. My pleasure, Henna. You know that. Prop and the Learjet, then we're done. 3:30 in the afternoon here in the UK. We have been live since 10 AM this morning. And I'll just reiterate, next live action is on Sunday from 9. Myself and the lads, Andy and Martin, back here at base. And I'll be on the remote cam somewhere, no doubt. Again, my appreciation if you just happen to click that like button, or if you happen to have donated in any way, whether it's been in the form of a super chat or a gifted membership. Thank you so much. It's really appreciated by us all behind the scenes and in the team. Thank you so much. Yeah, I've got to get out of here myself anyway, Mark. Hey, my pleasure, Dave. Yeah, I've got it. They're shutting the park at 4 anyway, Mark. So unfortunately, mate. My apologies. So final departure now is lined up. It's the Ryanair Biz aircraft, the Learjet 45. Not something we see so often here at Manchester, so may as well capture this and then wrap it up. Crow just checking the airfield ops are okay. Hiding from us. Hiding. hiding. Elusive. Being elusive, look. Can't see me. Can't see me. Big man walk. Turn our attention back to another bird, the bizjet. Big man walk from G-Crow. Here we go. Final departure. That, ladies and gentlemen, is going to wrap us up for this Frosty Friday show brought to you by Airliners Live. Huge thanks again for joining me today, and a huge kudos to those guys in the Manchester Nats Tower for their efforts over the last couple of days, as well as the ground crew here at Manchester. Absolutely awesome. Great job they've done, keeping the airfield ops running smoothly as possible. So huge kudos to those guys up in the tower. Yep, as I say, that's going to wrap us up for today, everybody. Thank you so much. Really do appreciate all your support today. Even if you happen to just give that like button a bit of a click for us, it really does do a lot for the channel, so thanks a lot. Thanks for your forms of support if you happen to have clicked the dollar symbol and offered up a gifty, or a super chat, or a super sticker. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot for that. Next live action is on Sunday. With myself, Martin and Andy. I'll be on the remote cam somewhere. The guys will be here in the task commentary tower. And it'd be great if you could join us. Make sure you've clicked your notifications to all. That way you won't miss any live action from here at Airliners Live. And it'd be great to have you all join us again on Sunday morning. I want to get myself home now, get the gear wrapped up. And yeah, we'll call it there. Thanks again. Thanks for all your support. Wherever you're up to the rest of this Friday, take care. And look after yourselves and each other until we see you back here on Sunday. Thanks a lot, everybody. Huge respect to you all for sticking around today. And yeah, we'll see you Sunday. Goodbye. Take care. Bye-bye.